Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3. There we go. 3 of bLU Talks, Amplify Your Message. I am your host, Laura Lake, and today I'm joined by my co-host, Kristina McPherson. I'll introduce bLU a little bit. You have something in the background? Oh, hold on. I have the live in the background going on. There. All gone. I was like, why do I hear myself talking? Okay, little laugh right at the beginning. So if you've never heard of bLU, bLU stands for Business Life in the Universe. Look, there's a little book, Business Life in the Universe. Almost every single time there's some sort of tech issue. That was ours. Ha ha ha. Let's move on. I'm your host. I stand for Courageous Connection. And really what that means is us as mess-to-message people, we want to share our message, and we know that stories are super important to sharing our message so that it's not just data fact, data fact, data fact. It's so boring. We want to humanize it. We want to connect. What happens when we share our story is we don't tend to want to go to the vulnerable places, the places with all the gems and all of the insights that those people that we're trying to serve need. And so I help people with their emotional journey so that they can understand that the story is not the thing that happened to them. It's our perception of the thing. And that emotional journey from the inside out is what I call Courageous Connection. So Kristina, can you tell us a little bit about you so that we know where you are coming from with your questions today?
So, speaking of mess to message, I migrated from Jamaica to Canada 11 years ago, and that experience completely changed my life in a way that I did not realize it was going to. I was going to Canada to pursue career-driven success, not realizing the emotional journey that I would have to be traveling alongside that career journey because of the immigration journey. And so I founded the platform As Told by Canadian Immigrants to help to be that messy middle supporter for people going through the immigration journey and for people in general navigating change and going through life changes and transitions, because transition is more than just logistics. It's also emotional. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. I was seeing if I could find the live on Corey's feed, and nope, still not up. So whoever will see this live feed on Corey's personal page, will you please share it? Please, love you, thank you. In the Amplify Your Message Facebook group. And if you're not a part of the Facebook group, I do encourage you to be there because that's where the community is. We do have our first guest behind the scenes. Gloria, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Yay. Welcome, Gloria.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
You're happy, and you've heard some of the behind the scenes secrets, and then you've watched the tech issues happen.
And I have some questions for you, both of you.
Oh, not yet. Okay. Oh, I didn't even open my book. Hold on. I write down all the answers to my first question because to me, it's a research question. I start every interview off with a question to just shake things up because I want to know who Gloria is before her business, before her message. So here's my question, Gloria. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Wow, that's a great question.
Thank you.
3 words. Friendly, competent, available.
Friendly, you said competent, right?
Competent.
Okay. And then available?
Available.
Interesting. There's a couple new ones in there. I like that. Okay. The only follow-up that I have to this and the only other pre-programmed question I have is how do these 3 words, friendly, competent, and available, how do they play a key role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, I think that in order to send any message, there has to be a connection. That's the friendly part. I have to be interested in sending the message. You have to be interested in hearing the message. So that's key. And then the message has to come from a place of competence. Why else would I send any message, have a conversation with you, engage you at all, if I didn't come from some sense of competence? That can be as simple as being interested in you, right? And wanting to know more about you. There's a sense of competence in that. I'm interested. I'm here just to get to know you.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. That's what this is. Yep.
That's exactly what this is. And now I forget the third word.
Oh, the third one was available.
Oh, that's easy. All right. None of these things can happen. We can't connect with anyone unless I am open. Available means I'm willing to be here and open myself to connection with Laura, with Kristina, or with anyone else that I get the opportunity to interact with.
So I want to streamline this for our viewers, both live and on the replay. If you could help us create this miniature copy-paste version that is easy to share with other people, can you explain to us what your core message is?
I think my core message is that we're born connected.
Ooh.
And we spend our entire lives seeking connection.
Mm-hmm.
We don't function without connection.
Mm-hmm.
Even in isolation, we seek connection.
Oh, you're my kind of person. Born connected, and we spend our entire lives seeking connection.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that disconnect then between, I want to say, okay, maybe not intrinsically knowing. That's the problem, is that people don't generally intrinsically know that they are connected. So what is the difference between somebody knowing that they're connected and somebody seeking connection?
I think there's a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
You can feel it in your body when you make a connection with another person. It could be very simple connection. The person sitting next to you on the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So many people have had that experience that you just kind of feel a connection. You share something that you wouldn't normally share with the person sitting next to you. But there's a warmth, there's an interest, and you just relax into that conversation. So it's very powerful, even if we're just talking about a simple conversation on the airplane. It's powerful to connect with someone else. And then you carry that connection experience with you for the rest of the day. Often you'll tell that story a week or two later, right? So you recreate that connection. So it's powerful to have connection, and it's happening easily. You know, we have tons of opportunity for connection. The question is, do we actually take it? If we don't take it, what's in our background? What's in our history that prevents us from taking it? Because honestly, we're born connected. We want to be connected. We seek connection.
When I was younger, I used to talk to everybody. I mean, I do again now, but
You do.
it's like, oh wait, you guys don't know the middle. Okay, so the messy middle is I was very disconnected. Okay, to me now, I talk to everybody, but young me, I used to talk to everybody, and then it got to the point where I stopped doing that. And there's a period of my life that I actually don't remember a whole lot.
Right.
And I think most of it is tied to not just the disconnection with other people, but the disconnection of myself.
That makes logical sense. It really does. Right. And so often we experience traumas, and traumas can be little T's, or they can be big T's. Right. And the little T can shut you down just as easily as the big T. can shut you down and create distance. But
Mhm.
even in that distance, there's still this longing and this intent to seek connection. So if we're not engaged in connection, we're thinking about it, we're worrying about it, we're wondering about it, right? You, in that time period, might have been saying to yourself, well, why don't I have any friends? Why doesn't anybody like me? It's
That
connection.
was happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always a story behind why people get into the work that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And this is most likely not your end goal either. Like, we're all taking big steps. But can you tell us why you got into this work? Why you want people to understand that they're
Yes.
born connected?
Yeah, that's a simple question. The reason I am a psychologist is calculus 2.
Okay,
Yes,
you can just leave us with that.
I could just leave you with that. I was a math major. I loved math. It was easy. I was good at it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And calculus 2 was a brand new teacher. And she faced the blackboard, never turned around to the class, filled the blackboard with her right hand, erased with her left hand. Yeah, okay, everybody's lost.
Yep.
No one is understanding calculus 2. And psychology was my minor because it was fun, it was easy, it was a great relief from math. And I had a 4.0. I intended to graduate with straight A's. I got a D in calculus,
Oh,
right? And
yes.
I immediately flipped my major and minor, didn't even think about it.
Interesting.
Didn't miss math at all, right? Just an immediate flip. All right, I'm going to be a psychologist instead of a math teacher.
That's so interesting that the reason that you flipped was because there was a disconnect. There's no connection between even you, the teacher, and the classroom.
That's right.
And because of that disconnect, you flipped, and now your whole focus is human connection.
That's right. It's been fate.
Yeah.
It was just meant to be.
Yeah.
And a lot of people talk about passion, and they talk about drive, and they talk about doing the things that you love. When you do the things that you love, just like you said, you loved math before that teacher.
Right.
There are things that happen in your life that can make it feel like the things that you love are no longer feeding you.
Right. It is very important that we pay attention to our life experiences. They do have meaning. They're good guides for us. And I'm glad I ran into that teacher. I wouldn't be doing these things if I had not run into that teacher.
So what was it about psychology that you decided to make that your minor?
Oh, it was interesting. It was really fascinating to think about how people are functioning, what's happening in your brain, all the different parts of your brain. And then that leads into all the social interactions, interpersonal dynamics, feelings that you have. I mean, there's just so much there, right? It's like studying the universe. You just keep discovering and discovering and discovering. The universe just keeps getting bigger and bigger on us. And the same thing is true when you're interacting with a person and helping that person kind of discover themselves. It's a real adventure to find all the different parts of yourself. You know, we hold on to everything. Our brain is just a huge, huge storage system. It holds on to everything. You think you don't remember kindergarten or first grade through fourth grade, but trust me, it's all packed up there. You just have to find the pathway into that particular box or storage unit. And some of those storage units are locked up tight, really tight.
Because the first question when I tell people that I don't remember parts of my childhood, they're like, oh, so when was your first memory? I was like, my first memory was when I was 2. I stopped remembering things come grade 3. And it's just certain moments. So then it makes me believe what happened in and around that time that my body and my mind and my spirit decided we need to lock this part down for your safety and protection.
That's right. And it's wonderful that your brain does that for you. And it holds it. So it kind of knows maybe there'll be a time in the future when you'll be able to open up that time frame and learn some things from it. But for right now, let's just keep you safe and put those things in storage.
So coming back to your message of born connected and to connect in this whole story, because I love how everything is connected. That's exactly what happened. Was I got my body to a place and my mind to a place where my mind and body decided now she's ready to like have a little drips of extra things that she wasn't remembering before. And what the root of it really felt like was that my inner 8-year-old had lost her identity and was now too busy trying to grab hold of other people's expectations and build on that. Therefore, I was self-abandoning.
Yeah,
and I didn't know who I was. I'm like, that explains why I get my memories back when everything hit the fan. And I lost my identity again. I was like, okay.
So, but it's beautiful that your brain does hold on to everything. You know, that's a very positive message. Even the traumas that you have experienced are packed away. And at some point, you will have either the skill set, the support, the encouragement to start to unpack those things just at the right time that you actually could benefit from them, right? There's no point in unpacking them when they're just going to hurt you, right? They're locked away for a good reason so that you won't be deadly hurt. But there's opportunity at other points in time to start unpacking. And the unpacking is a very positive journey for people.
Yeah. And I think strangely enough, even though we think they're locked away, they are showing up somewhat unconsciously in how we show up, right? And so when you start to unpack, then you kind of link, that memory is linked to why I'm triggered when somebody says the word copper or something.
Right. Now, Kristina, when we were in the background, you told me a story about coming to Washington, D.C. when I think you were 8 or 10.
I was 10.
10? And then you told your introduction of going to Canada, right? This strange country, this strange world. So I will bet some of that 10-year-old got triggered when you made that move. And you might have been kind of felt lost, disoriented with that move in the same way that you were lost in DC.
Oh my goodness. You know that now that you say that, now that you've said that. So my introduction to Canada was very quick in that my visa, I got my visa, boarded the plane, and attended school all within the same 24 hours. And when I was on the plane to Canada, I dissociated. I know that I was going. I don't remember feeling excited. I was I was fighting for this, right? But the fight just felt so much that by that time I was numb. I showed up to school and I was like, I just got to show up right now. And so I probably didn't get back into my body until weeks after actually being in Canada. Like, okay, we're actually here. I just had to show up. And now that you're saying that, I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, perfect. And protective, right?
Yes.
Your brain really protected you. There's too much stimulation here. It's overwhelming. So we're just going to take a pause. And pauses can be very healthy so that you don't disintegrate, right? You don't take over the airplane and turn it around.
Right.
I need to go back home.
Right. Yeah, I just sat there in silence. I don't know
Mhm.
that I listened to a thing. I don't know that I watched anything. I was just there, and it was
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this idea of seeking connection,
Mhm.
I want to apply it to our listeners right now. They are
Okay.
the people like us who they want to share their message,
Mhm.
whether it's speaking, writing, podcasting, and all the other very creative, wonderful ways that we can choose to share a message.
Mhm.
But I know that there's a lot of things holding people back from doing so.
Yeah.
And if they keep seeking connection, then what are some of those? Can you give us examples on both sides of what a healthy and unhealthy habit might be for those types of people who are seeking connection through sharing their message?
Oh, I can give you a great example, right?
Yep, please.
I spent time with a friend just the other day
Mhm.
who came to ask me about writing. She wants to write, not quite sure what she wants to write, but in the course of the conversation, we talked about her new little granddaughter, right? And how excited she is and how proud she is of this little girl, how much she wants this little girl to know her and to know her history. And I said, you have a granddaughter. You want her to know your history. Why don't you just start the writing right there?
Hmm.
Yep.
Right? Write about your history. Develop a book that she can read as she gets older. And she might want to know your birth story. You know her birth story. Tell her your birth story. Tell her about going to school for the first time. Just write your pieces, and they will have value for her.
I've seen that done with like family photos and stuff, but I like the
Mhm.
idea of it being more than just a journal, but something specifically created for somebody else.
The key here is engaging in conversation.
Yeah.
So, how do you discover who you are, what you want, where you're headed? We do this in relationship. We do it in conversation. Sometimes it's conversation with a friend, sometimes it's conversation with a professional, and sometimes it's conversation with yourself. All of them are valuable.
Yeah. And as you say that, there's this author, Chris Brady. So his wife, Terry Brady, wrote a book, which is kind of like to her daughter. It's called Letters to Lindsay. I have it, but I'm going to have to go dig it up. There's no way it's going to happen today. But it was similar, like wanting to share inner thoughts or history or whatever with her daughter, and made it into a book, an
That's
actual
fabulous.
published book.
That's fabulous. Yes.
That's good. That's good.
Aww, that's
So
really
it keeps us all connected. We
Yeah.
want to be connected. And so you can do it as we're doing it with conversation. You can do it with writing. It's powerful and it's critical for our mental and physical health.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know if you I had a question, maybe a follow-up question for that, Laura. It's funny that this is our first conversation, because like a lot of what I do for the immigrant community is to help them to understand that they need community in this journey. Community is the remedy to some of the what I call post-immigration stress that we experience. And so networking is important, but sometimes networking sounds like this very formal, orchestrated term. And so I just say, well, just go build connections, just go meet somebody. But then some people have resistance in new environments to just going. As adults, we aren't taught to adults very well. Right? We can go make friends when we're in school. But what suggestions would you have for people who want to have connection, but maybe are introverts, or they believe they are anyway, or maybe are a little bit shy, or had bad experiences with trying to build connections and stay inside or enclosed, preventing connection from happening?
Well, whether you know it or not, you just gave a prescription, right? You said go, right? So you have to move. You have to head towards another human being if you want to make connection. So get out of your chair, walk over, and then talk, say hello.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you have to do to
Mm-hmm.
initiate connection, is
Mm-hmm.
to be present.
Yeah.
And then the other person will obviously respond to you. And there you go. You guys are off and running,
That's
right?
true.
Maybe you
Mm-hmm.
will ask each other questions. Maybe you'll
Mm-hmm.
just share comments of your
Mm-hmm.
observations of the
Mm-hmm.
place that you are. The connection happens naturally
Yeah.
because we want it. Our
Mm-hmm.
nature is to be connected, and it will just happen.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to put yourself in the place that
Mm-hmm.
it can happen. So
Right.
first step is just go, walk
Just
over to
go.
that person.
Yeah. And
Yes.
compliment their shoes or something.
Sure.
Yes.
Anything.
Yesterday, we were joking about the same kind of thing. How do we connect with other people? How do we make friends as an adult? I'm like, it's as simple as being a little kid. You remember when we would walk up to some random kid and go, hey, do you want to be my friend? And then they
Right.
said yes. And then you were just friends. Actually, I have done that at certain events, like live events. It's a little different. Where
Yeah.
you met somebody and you just, for some reason, you see them from across the room and you just like
Mhm.
their energy.
Yeah.
You like the way that they present themselves. And you think to yourself, I could really be friends with this person.
Mhm.
So I've walked up to those strangers and I'm like, hey, you look like my kind of people. You won't be my friend? And then they said yes. And then we just chat for an hour.
Nice.
That's great, Laura. That's a good system.
Mm-hmm.
Great encouragement for everyone.
We just
Just
make
do
it
it.
so complicated. And it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't.
No.
Yeah. Don't overthink it.
That's right.
Just do it.
That's right.
Just do it.
So, Gloria, I know you mentioned writing. A friend of yours had asked you about writing. Are you a
Right.
writer?
I am a writer.
Do you have books with
I
you?
I do tons of writing. I publish a blog a couple times a week. And so this friend asked me the other day, do you set time to write? And I
Okay.
said, no, not really. Right? These things pop into my head. And so when they pop into my head, I'm going to open my computer and start a blog. I may not finish it that time, but the title is there, the beginning is there, and sometimes I just will finish it, right? Doesn't take long at all. And I love it. There are ideas all around you. Everyone I interact with ends up giving me some idea that ends up turning into a blog. I had a friend years ago who told me the story. She said, my mother, when I was a kid, told me I could make friends with a fly. And there it was, right? The title of the next blog is You Can Make Friends with a Fly.
There you go.
So I pick them up from everywhere.
I am laughing hysterically because the fly's name is Lawrence. And my daughter has indeed made friends with a fly.
You've made friends with a fly.
And
Good.
then when Lawrence finally left, she found another fly who did the same behaviors as the first Lawrence. So his name was Lawrence too.
A Lawrence too? I love it.
It's like, oh God. And this was just the last couple weeks. Yeah, you can make
Be friends with a fly.
We have a desire to be connected. And so
Yeah.
we will exercise that desire
Yeah.
in any way possible.
I'll give you a little bit more reference. She's 15 and a half. She's not 5. Like, she's a teenager.
And that makes it even more fun.
That's why I'm laughing. Typical of a 5-year-old, not so typical of a 15-year-old.
That's right. That's right.
So you said that you write. Do you have any of the books near you that you can
I
show
do. I've taken the essays, the blogs that I have written, and I put them into a book. So there are 52 of them. You can read one a week. And the interesting part about this book is that the facing page is blank. It's a journal book. And most journal books have lines on the facing page and questions.
Yeah.
These pages are blank. So here's the book.
Read, reflect, and respond.
Read, reflect, respond, the 3 R's of growth and change. And then here's the essay and the facing page. The reason the facing page is blank is because we store information in terms of language. That's true. But also in terms of pictures and in terms of action. So you can draw on that page, you can scribble on that page, you could tear that page if you want. You'll miss the essay on the other side unless you tape it back together. But in order to tap into the richness that is held in your brain in other forms than words, you have to be able to draw or engage in some form of action. That's powerful. So that's the reason that the facing page is blank, so that you can tap into the full range of storage in your brain, because that's how we hold things: words, actions, pictures.
Interesting. And your book is about growth and change. I see here it says 3 R's of growth and change. So the pieces that they're reading, like is there a common theme? What is it about? And how then does the...
I would say there are a collection of themes. So you can approach this book in any way you want. You could just open up a page and do that one, right? You could start at the back and head towards the front. You could look at the index because they're grouped in different little categories, and you could pick a category that you want to go focus on, or you could be rigid and start on page 1 and proceed to page 2 and page 3. I mean, you could do it in order if you want to, but you don't have to. All right. It has that flexibility because we're flexible.
Yeah.
Right. And so you could look at a title of one of the essays and say, wow, today, that's me. I want to do that title because that's how I'm feeling today. And eventually you'll get through all of them.
Cool. And then the read, reflect, and respond is where you unlock the growth and the change.
That's right.
I like it.
Were you always a writer, Gloria? Or did it
no,
have to grow on you?
Yeah, that has grown as I have gotten older. That has been the focus of kind of taking the experiences that I have had and the knowledge that I've gained from interacting with people over such a long period of time and doing that professionally. And it's a way of giving back to that community of therapists. It's a way of giving back to people who have experienced therapy. It's just a way of giving back to the world. Anybody can benefit from doing the work of reading the passage and responding to it.
Yeah.
So what would you tell people who were like you, who didn't start off just loving writing and you kind of grew into it? What would you tell people to help them make that shift, if that's a shift that they want to make for themselves?
Yeah, I would tell people to pay attention to what the world puts in front of you. All right. So often the world will put something in front of us and we'll go, oh no, I can't do that. Right. I don't have the skill set, or I don't think I'd be good at that. But if you pay attention to what the world puts in front of you and you're willing to take the risk, you will definitely be rewarded. It's just looking for those openings and then being willing to say, okay, I'll try it. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be good at that or not, but I'll try it. I'm kind of interested in it. So why don't I try it? We can pick up anything at any age.
Yeah.
There's no end to the learning that we can do at any point in time. So, follow that little nudge to take the risk.
Yeah. And sometimes, just maybe, the nudge is watching this thing right now,
Right.
where your book, Gloria, is read, reflect, and respond, where you have the whole task and mission is to start writing. And maybe that could be your entryway into developing that skill, or to see if it's something that you like. This
That's
is the
right.
sign from the universe. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Take action.
Get the book and read, reflect, and respond.
That's
it's
right.
on Amazon and wherever else. Yeah.
Yeah, you could walk into any bookstore all around the world, and the bookstore will order it. The publisher will send it to you.
Nice. So, Gloria, we're at the time in our interview to ask you, where do we find you, and what is your favorite way to communicate?
Well, you could find me on my website, and that's easy because all you have to do is have access to the internet. And the website is www.drvanderhorst.com. So it's www.drvanderhorst.com. It will describe the work that I do. All of the blogs are published there. There are videos that will educate you on different approaches to therapy, and you can contact me directly through that website. I'd love to talk to you.
Awesome.
So I'm assuming that the website is your favorite way then.
Yes, it is. It's the easiest, right? Because you can just automatically put that into the header in your computer, and 1 second later, you're there.
Sounds good. I do like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you want to share. So what would you love to leave people with today?
I would love for everyone to be interested and curious about themselves, right? And to take the risk of making a connection with yourself.
Yeah, I knew you were my people. You want to be my friend, Gloria?
Of course. It's a good way to pick up friendships doing these interviews.
Oh, it very much is. So we have about a minute left. Do you have anything else that you want to share? And then we'll go into the fun teaser for social media.
Well, I do want to encourage everybody to be interested and curious about their own histories, right? About their current relationships and interactions. Relationships keep us healthy. Our body chemistry changes when we are in community with other people, all right? Our blood pressure can be lowered. The risk of certain cancers can be lowered. Diabetes risk can be lowered. Connection with other people isn't just about emotion. It's also about keeping your body healthy. And I think that's something that we don't spend enough time appreciating or even knowing, that you can have a healthier physical body if you're social.
Yeah.
If you take yourself out, right? Even if it's, take a walk in your neighborhood and buttonhole the person that's walking towards you, make them stop and chat with you, right? Maybe it's 2 minutes, right? Maybe it's petting their dog, but you just made a huge chemical change in your brain, in your body, that will help you.
Yeah.
So be interested in connecting with other people and take the risk of doing that. And sometimes it is a risk.
Yeah.
At my house, you can go outside and walk around the neighborhood almost any time of day, and there will almost always be a dog being walked.
Mhm.
Yeah, stop them, talk to them,
Like,
make a connection.
and that's exactly how I got to know my neighbors.
Yeah, and you, it has
Oh,
a health benefit for you. If nothing else, do it for your health. Do it for
yeah.
your heart,
Mhm.
right? That your heart rate will go down as that conversation takes place. You'll laugh about
Mhm.
something, all right?
Mhm.
That will release tension and negative energy.
Mhm.
So you get a great benefit from interacting with other people.
Yeah.
I would show you the data on my phone or
Uh-huh.
on my watch, but it won't work. Every time I do that, it shuts off. But my heart rate has gone down, even though these conversations make me super excited.
Well,
So,
great.
yeah, community is
Great.
awesome. I
So
will call this the official close of the main portion of the interview. Thank you, Gloria.
you're welcome.
I do invite you to stick around for the next 3.5-ish minutes because this is when we get to play for social media. So I like to go around and I like to ask everybody, what is one thing that stood out to you in our conversation? So this time I'm going to start with Kristina. Kristina, what is one thing that stood out to you in our conversation with Gloria?
Well, the connection she made between my 10-year-old self, who was scared in front of the White House, and the self that got on the plane and came to Canada, that's something I've never really looked into, thought about, but now it's coming to mind, definitely. And the fact that she kind of validated my theory that connection, community is the remedy, if not the maybe one of the most important remedies to the immigration stress and the isolation that we face when we change country or when we're navigating change in general. Having gone through my own trauma things outside of immigration, it's that community and people who are, able to rally around me, even if they're going through the same thing, was very, very, very helpful towards the healing process. So yay.
Good.
Thank you for the validation.
Good. I'm glad.
Awesome. What is something that stood out to you, Gloria?
I love your humor,
Mhm.
right? I love it when something strikes you as funny and you give yourself permission to laugh because that is keeping you healthy, whether you
Yep.
know it or not.
Oh, I know it.
That
Yes.
is really keeping you healthy. So I just love your laugh.
Aw, thank you. My daughter makes fun of my sneeze, but yeah. I do like the
Yeah.
laughs. Yes. I appreciate that. Okay. Something that stood out to me was I want this to be a teaser. So the thing that community does for our well-being is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So go back and listen and figure out what that big thing is. That is okay. Yeah. I was like, I'm trying not to say the thing.
Oh, right. We're supposed to tease back to it. Like, oh, she said this and this.
Well, you
Got it.
teased about your story, and I was like, oh, that's a great tease. But
Okay.
no, there's one
I
big
did it
thing
right.
that helps us, or community helps us with. Go back and watch what that big thing is, because it's not what you think it is. Most people.
All right.
Not what you think it is. Go back and watch. And one of the other things I really liked was that when you started off this interview, you said the word competent.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a word that has come up yet.
Mm-hmm.
You're the first one to say it. So I'm like, did she say confidence? No, I'm pretty sure
No.
she said competent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like when new words come up because it's not about the word, it's about the energy behind the word.
Right.
And when you were explaining, I got to understand what that energy was that you meant
Good.
by it.
Good.
Yeah. And I
Think
love
about an infant,
yeah.
right? We all strive for competence from day one,
Yeah.
right? And then think about that infant learning to walk and how hyper focused an infant is, a little toddler is on practicing
Oh, yeah.
and learning to walk. We want to be competent in our understanding of ourselves and in our interaction with the world around us. And when we are, right, when that toddler takes the first few steps, we're just so thrilled, right? We're so proud of ourselves. And that's what we want more of.
Yeah.
That helps us to stay healthy.
Well, I want to thank you again, Gloria, for being here. Much appreciated. We had
You're
a lot
welcome.
of fun. Thank you. We will say goodbye. We will end the interview. Bye, Gloria.
Thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome.
Bye, Gloria.
Bye.
Now we do have our next guest behind the scenes. Sabine, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yeah, just physical. You're like, where's the you have? Oh, we're just gonna celebrate. Okay.
Isn't that the best entrance I've ever done?
That was pretty good.
That was good. That was good.
How did you do that? No, it doesn't work.
Don't
for
ask me. It's that inner poof.
Oh, this is gonna be a great day. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. Yes.
Sabine, I like to start off every interview just by shaking things up because I want to get to know you as a human being first, and then we'll get into your message and your business and all the cool things that you do.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question that I like to start with. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, I know it's hard, but 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
First of all, I want to say thank you, Laura, for doing this and having me as a guest here on your podcast, and Kristina for co-hosting. Now to your question. The 3 words would be enthusiastic, as you couldn't have seen at the beginning, compassionate, and optimistic.
Compassionate, optimistic.
Yeah.
There we go. Sometimes I have to sound it out just so I can spell it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only other question here is, how do those 3 words, enthusiastic, compassionate, and optimistic, how do they play a key role in the core message that you have for people?
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, because my message is to empower people, right?
Mhm.
I'm also known as the storytelling dame from Germany because as a former actress and director, I know the power of stories. And that's what I do now. I am compassionate to help others tell their story and do it so not only the story, but also the experiences and their expertise, so they can live a purpose-driven life that is filled with joy, passion, and happiness. So that's everything that I teach there has to do with being enthusiastic. And of course, the compassion to help others and serve others is a big part. And optimistic, we have to be positive in everything that we do if we want to live that compassionate and happy life. And actually, I do share that in my new upcoming book, because that's part of everything that I've experienced in my life, that hopefully then will help others to do the same.
What's the name of your upcoming book? Are you
Yes.
able to share it?
I am. It's called Gumption.
Oh, yes. I do see the covers for that. Yes. Gumption.
Yes. And it's my memoir, and filled in with all the experiences and the wisdom that I've gained throughout my years here on this planet. And yeah, I mean, I have been here quite a bit. I now live in sunny Florida, on the southwest coast of Florida, where I enjoy all those beautiful things in life. But it didn't start this way. It started in a tiny office in Hamburg, Germany, with one question.
Mm-hmm.
And that question is, that question is, what is mine to do?
Mm-hmm.
Show me. And it happened because, you see, I started working very early. I listened to the well-meant advice of my dad, who said, Sabine, find a job with benefits and a good salary so you can pay your bills and have something left over for your hobbies. By that, he meant my acting, my singing, which I loved. And so I did. But when I was 19 years old, I already knew, oh my God, I was done with my business associate and I was working as a claim adjuster. So it might be a dream job for someone else, but it sure wasn't mine. And one day, and I still remember that, staring out of the window, thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I cannot do this for the next 40 years. And then I asked that question, what is mine to do? Show me. Ask and ye shall receive. That same week, I had a quote unquote chance meeting with my former drama and music teacher, Mr. Herbst, who, when I walked down the subway, I saw him from the distance. It was a warm summer day, and we had a little chit chat. It was very fun to see him again. But then he asked me if I was still active with my acting and singing groups, and my answer was no. And then literally he said one sentence that changed my life, the trajectory of my life. He said, what a shame, Sabine. You are so talented. And by that, he meant my acting and singing. And I thought he was right. And that same day, I went home, and so I have no idea. None of my family were in the entertainment industry. But when you feel that urge within you, that nudge, then you have to act upon it. So I opened up the yellow pages, and yes, that dates me a little bit. Back in those times, there was no Google, not even an internet, not even the World Wide Web. So I opened up the yellow pages. I looked for acting schools and scheduled my audition. I had no idea how to audition. I learned the biggest paragraph in a little booklet we had from school, which was a male character. And you don't do this, but I had no idea. And then, so, oh, that's not enough. So I have to learn the other one too. And that was a female character. So what did I do? I had a bowl cap, started out with the detective. I'm very glad that you called me, man. Oh, yes, detective. Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. It was hilarious. But I think maybe the auditioner thought, wow, she was very smart. Or she just liked my humorous part. And long story short, I got accepted, and the rest is history, as they say.
Wow.
Okay, so I want to dive into the singing, the acting, the entertainment industry part. One, because my daughter wants to know. And two, because that really is one of the ways that we can share our message that we don't talk about as much. The typical is the speaking, the writing, the podcasting, which is wonderful. But I like that you bring up these other ways to share as well, because they are so much you in and out.
Yeah.
How do you get into those things when you don't know what to do? I know Yellow Pages is not quite a thing of the past. They still have them now. It's rare. Like, I guess mindset wise.
Yeah.
How do people start on something that they know nothing about?
Well, a few things. Number one, follow your intuition. Listen to that inside, what I call it's that higher self of you. I believe that every one of us has been given a gift and a talent from our Creator. And it doesn't have to be acting, anything. But in my case, it was that being on stages and making people laugh and smile, reflect. That was the first thing. And then the second thing was to take action. No matter if you know the how yet, the how will show up. But if you know that's the right path, take action and put it out there. And then everything will come into place. And you also have to be a little bit resistant against those, what I call, quote unquote, dream stealers,
Okay.
right? Because for most part, they meant good. And
Yeah.
when I was accepted, the part was then, how do I tell my
Your
family?
parents.
And back
Exactly.
then, a fiance that I had. And so when I told them, they were like, are you crazy?
Mhm.
This is a starving profession and shady profession, scandals. And
Mhm.
but here is what I answered. And that is exactly what I thought when I found myself in that office, thinking about 40 years, doing the same thing.
Mhm.
And this is the answer I gave. And this is a good answer, or maybe idea for someone who is listening when you are not sure. This is what I said. I don't want to look back 40
Mhm.
years from now, asking and telling myself, why didn't you at least give it a try?
Mhm.
And what I did. I made a compromise. Said, okay, let me start out with kind of an introduction course and whatnot, right? But let me tell you, 2 weeks in, I knew that this is what I wanted to do for the rest of my life.
Mhm.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, after I was a stage actress for 2 years, I was offered a role on TV. And we only filmed for 6 weeks during the summer. But during that time, I made more money than I did working the entire year as a claim adjuster.
Mhm.
You see, when you do what you love what you do, and learn the skills and be courageous and go after it, the money will follow.
Mhm.
Aw.
Mhm. Mhm.
Tell my husband that. So my daughter started grade 10 this year, which means high school, which means courses, which means extracurriculars everywhere. And one of them was a film club. And they were doing cute little back and forth little skits with each other that they just made up on the spot. And then she was approached by the kid running it. And he said, I'm creating a movie with such and such team. I want you to be my lead actress.
Nice.
When she came home, she's like, Mom. She told me. And I'm like, yeah, of course you can. Why are you asking me? Just go do it.
I love it. That's a
So-
great support. That's a great support.
Because she didn't have access to the training and stuff before, that now I'm just like, go do anything that you possibly can so that you
Mhm.
can try it. You can figure out what you like and what you don't
Mhm.
like. Because I don't know it all either. Stop thinking I know it all. Go ask other people. And now she's so happy and she's getting that momentum.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Beautiful.
But we are a different generation of parents, I'd say, too.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, Sabine, my immediate question when you decided to flip is, how did your family respond? So
Yeah.
now when you said to them, or said to yourself, at least try, once you kind of got in, you got your foot in, things got going, were they then supportive, or were they saying, when are you going to get a real job?
Mm.
Or what was it like for you? And I ask this question for the people who are watching too, even in my own experience, who studied architecture, and I'm now in Canadian immigration and on YouTube. Even Laura, we did career pivots. My dad will always introduce me as an architect. I'm like, Dad, I don't know, Dad. Right? So
Yeah.
what was it like for you, and for the viewers who may be caught in that place?
They were supportive. They saw what I was doing, and I was financing. That was a private school. I was financing it myself. So it was not a walk in the park.
No.
I had to get up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work at 6:30, starting at 6:30, leaving at 3 o'clock, then going to the school until 9, and repeated 5 days a week. Saturday mornings was another classes in the morning, and then Sunday reading scripts and whatnot. And I did this for 2.5 years. And then the last half year, I took off and took a part-time job so I can concentrate on the finish. And they saw me doing it. See, there are two different things. There are one, people say they would do it, and then there are people who do it.
Mhm.
And that is also the difference. when you want to become a leader in anything, be the role model and go for it and do it. So with that said, they didn't, I mean, I literally shut them up. Yeah. So, but yeah, that was the beginning. And I had a wonderful 10-year run. I played wonderful roles, from straight plays to musicals. I loved singing too. So I did a lot of musical theater, like shows like Lucy in You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, and Sister Nasia and Nonsense, or Madame Thénardier in Les Miserables, which was the first production in Vienna, Austria. But the biggest impact, all of this was great experience, but the biggest impact, or again, change or trajectory, was the musical Anatevka, or you would say in English, Fiddler on the Roof. I was cast as one of the lead characters, and the dancers were imported from the United States. And that's where I met my now husband. Now, we were just pure friends, but there was such a soul connection there, and we felt that deep love, and there was no romantic relationship whatsoever. We became good friends, and that friendship continued for 2 years. And I visited him in New York. He visited me and went on to other things. But one day, I was just so burnt out. I was about to start a new project, but I had a little short time, and he too, before he went back to 42nd Street. And then he said, oh, let's go on vacation together. Yes, let's do it. I just want to just be with a friend. Well, 1 week in, that friend called and said, no, that friend turned into then my now husband. So it was just a beautiful thing. And that changed, again, everything. And isn't that what life is all about?
Yep. I had a question that came up in that story. Is talk to me a little bit about the burnout. Is it this thing that comes with the industry? Is it that you're moving from show to show, and what your schedule is like, and then how you coped with that burnout?
Yeah, good question. Yes, especially this industry, you go from show to show, auditioning again, and sometimes it goes like this, very, very quickly. And in that stage in my life, I was divorced. I was married for a short time, only 4 years, but it also held me back to really go for it. But then after I was, quote unquote, free again, I then said, okay, my career. And I got so many great roles and had engagements and a TV. So it is stressful in that respect. But what I didn't know then is we have to take care of our health and of our body. What I know now, what I do now. So I ran my body down. And I mean, if you are in your 20s, you go party after you're done at 11 o'clock at night. When the show is over, you cannot go to bed. So you go out, party, have time, and have fun. So that drained my body. I was really in a not good stage physically. So I had allergies and everything else. And when you are in that stage, it also drains you mentally. And this is what I tell all my clients now. If you find yourself, you're not moving forward, or you are pushing too hard, or you just feel drained and stressed out, you got to step back to move forward. And and that's basically what it is. We have to take care of our body tempo. And that is the basic for everything.
But I suppose when you're in it, and as an actor actress.
Mhm.
You're a contractor, basically, right?
Yes.
And so if
Yeah.
you don't go to work, you don't get paid.
Yes and no. I have to say that was in Europe, in Germany. We have a very, very good system there. When you get sick, you still get paid.
Ah, okay.
Yes. So that's not the thing. However, as an actor, for example, I played the lead in Pippi Longstocking, the musical. I was Pippi Longstocking, and there was no understudy for me. I played at a children's theater, and one time I got really sick. I had a fever, everything. You don't say, I'm not showing up. You
Yeah.
go onto that stage. You take medication. You know, I was fully medicated, and I got through the show because your adrenaline is going, and you show up. That's what you do.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. That's good.
Part of me has been thinking about that part a lot recently, because I can feel my body starting to get drained.
Mhm.
And I know that I have 5 days of this. Then I'm taking the weekend to prepare for hunting season, because that's how I feed myself all winter. And then I have the experts boot camp next weekend, including medical appointments in between, which one of them is a stress test, which is forcing my body to be stressed. And I'm like, how do I prepare my wellness now so that I can not only get through whatever's starting here, but also everything that I have to do?
Can I give you some tips?
Yeah.
The number one thing that most people overlook is breathing, is our breath. Our breath can do so many things. It helps with strengthening our immune system. Most people have a very shallow breathing, just the upper part of our chest, right? So as actor, as singer specifically, but in both cases, we had to learn the deep breathing, the diaphragmatic breathing. But what I've also learned throughout my life and searching for staying active and healthy is there's certain breath techniques where you have like a rhythm, you breathe a lot fast, oxygen in, best outside where is fresh air, not in air condition. Where I live, you live up in the cold, so you are maybe you have that luxury to go out and have that fresh mountain air. But that is one thing, number one. Then of course we all know that supplementation will help, and breathing is free. The other thing that is free, often well overlooked, is sleep. You are recovering. Your body is repairing yourself when you sleep. And then the third one, and that is a little bit harder to do, but I'm actually on it right now, on day 3, is fasting. Because when you fast, and you can do intermittent fasting, that helps a lot to just kind of get your body into that repair state. But when you do the fasting, that gets your body into total repair state. So, but again, it's not medical advice. Just what I'm doing. Always consult your doctor.
Disclaimer.
Yeah. No medical advice was given in this interview.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor about anything relevant.
Right.
Sign off.
Mhm.
Good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, while you were talking, I was actually bringing up my watch, because I've been wearing this watch because I actually have issues with my heart and my breathing. So while I understand the vagus nerve and the phrenic nerve and how to breathe properly, and I taught meditation for years and mindfulness through the medical system, I'm still having issues, which means I am highly aware of things that can, because like the little things that would be something simple for somebody else are huge for me. So I need to be really mindful. So I was looking, I went from 20 breaths a minute down to 15, and my heart rate variability right now is 36. which is half of what it usually is for a regular person.
I see. So then just do that more breathing in between.
Yep.
And are you doing the diaphragmatic breathing in your belly?
I try to do that in the mornings and during like emotional moments because I've trained myself to do that. Otherwise, what happens is I will just stop breathing, or I will really slow down my breathing, and I don't notice because it gets really shallow.
Yeah. So if you make it, it's almost like muscle memory, like with everything, right?
Yeah.
Throughout the day, always think, is my belly going out or not? And take a deep breath in, because that oxygen is helpful. You just have, and even if you have to set a reminder, right, on your watch. So, yeah.
My nervous system gets to the point where something happens called a psychological sigh. Some of you here in Blue Talks may have noticed, I'll go like a really quick 2 or 3, usually 3 inhales. And it's my body going, we need oxygen.
Right. Yes. Yes.
And then that reminds me, I probably spent the last minute breathing low or not breathing very deeply.
Right.
Yeah. See,
Let's
our
do
bodies
some
are so
diaphragmatic
smart.
breathing.
They're so smart. They tell us. We just have to be more open to listen to our body. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So Sabine, let's shift gears a little bit into the ways that you have decided to share your message, because you have some fun ones. You mentioned singing for a moment. We've joked a few times that bLU really needs to have like a choir or like a YouTube channel where we just share the things that we have. Have you ever shared this message of, and I want to use your words, so I'm going back, empowering people, the purpose-driven life, joy and happiness? Have you shared that message through your music and through singing?
Yes, I indeed have. So as performer, you recite other people's lyrics and messages and whatnot. When my husband and I, we moved to the States to open our business. I had a performing arts school that I helmed for 27 years to pass on the passion for the performing arts to a new generation. So I taught acting, singing, dance, everything. It's so crucial for the performing arts. But in that time, we had a new building. And one day I got a visitor, a couple that came in. And she introduced herself as Reverend Tricia Hamilton, who they're looking for space to rent for their church services. It was a new church they are building in Fredericksburg, Virginia. So we had a nice conversation. It felt so good. And then I said, sure, you can rent on Sundays. You know, from a business perspective, Sundays, no school, comes extra income. Little did I know that relationship turned into something even bigger that I even could not imagine. She invited us to the first service, and I went just to say that everything is proper, right?
Yes.
But it was so heart-opening. I found a new spiritual community. I was Unity Church of Fredericksburg. It just spoke to me. It was kind of practical Christianity. The music, the first guest musician sang Climb Every Mountain from The Sound of Music. Said, well, that's my kind of church, right?
Oh, my heart's just swelling.
The second time she asked, are we looking for music ministers for different ministries and music? My hand went right up. I didn't know why and how, but I felt that again, that draw. And so I learned a lot. And I also know from what I'm doing now that music is a very powerful tool that enhances the message. And I always looked for songs. One day I couldn't find a song that fit her message. It was during Super Bowl, and the topic was the game of life. Okay, take me out to the ball game? No, it's not good for a church service. So I started writing my first song called The Game of Life. It's like, wow. So I told her, whoa, I have a song. And then the next Sunday, I played that song. That was to start me writing songs for church services. And that then later on moved into me writing songs for my talks. I became a speaker. And I enhanced my talks with my music, with the lyrics that always have a message in and of itself.
Mhm.
So that's how I began with my music. But then it turned into coaching others how they can become their next greater self. Because that is what I've been talking to. And interestingly enough, a colleague of mine, we had a conversation and we talked about it, and I totally forgot the music that I did in church. I was already living in Florida and pursuing my coaching career. And then I shared one song with her, and she was like, "Oh, you got to share the song, right?" And I then said, okay. And then one night I woke up, and then in the middle of the night, become, just percolated in my mind. So I got up the next day, wrote it down. And that same year, I started my podcast, Become, in which I shared stories and messages and have interviews with individuals who share how they overcame adversities and how they became their next greater self. So this is how I share my music, because I believe we have to become the person we are meant to be, to live the life we are destined to live. And that message resonated so much, more people wanted to come on my podcast. And I couldn't get them all, right? So I thought, what other modality could I use? And then I thought of a book I was part of, sharing one of my stories, The Musical Imprint. And why not curate my own book? And I interviewed women, and I invited 12 women sharing their story. And that was one of the best decisions that I made. And that turned into Become Empowered: Echoes of Grace and Strength, real life stories of women's transformation and triumph.
It has a small reference to The Sound of Music with that image.
Yes.
It's interesting that you said that. And so that started a ripple effect. And that ripple effect went even further, because I helped women share their stories, and I still do this now. And I started even, I have to do a series of it because people are asking me, I want to be in your book. So another one is already percolating. However, the biggest impact, or where I am now, is, okay, let me step back a little bit. I attended the Podfest Expo this year in January.
Oh,
Right. So I used to speak there in the past. So this time I was just attending. I just wanted to take everything in. And then I was interviewed by another podcaster. And she came up afterwards and said, Sabine, you need to write a book. I said, I already wrote 3 books. She said, no, you don't understand. You have to write your book, your stories. The wisdom that you just shared with me is so rich. You need to do it. I said, wow, okay, I'll think about it. And again, those nudges, the universe directing you in the right direction. I mean, I had that in the back of my mind, but I said, someday. And then I went to the vendor. There was vendor tables, and there was a New York publisher who had a sign up there, said, pitch your book and we give you feedback. I don't have a book, but well, let me get some feedback. So I put myself in. Again, that is taking action. No matter how, you don't know the how yet. You don't know the outcome. So I had that 15 minutes pitch, and I said, how do I pitch my book? Well, Sabine, I always have those self-talks, right? Well, you're a storyteller. Tell your story. So I did, told 2 little excerpts. And then that woman was quiet, and she said, you're a good storyteller, but some of the times I had to hold back my tears. you have to write the book.
Mm.
And so before I knew it, I ended up signing with a New York publisher. And that is the book Gumption that is in the final editing process.
Oh, so you have the transcript next to you. Nice.
Yes. And it's Sacred Whispers, Bold Moves, and the Courage to Become.
Mm.
And I'm very excited about that. And yeah, there's so much wisdom and, of course, a lot of fun stories, some snippets that I shared, but so many more, of course, with that colorful background that I experienced.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's where I am right now.
Love it.
And at this point, Sabine, we're right on time for asking you, where do we find you and what is your favorite way to communicate?
Look at the name, Sabine Kvenberg. You just put it into Google and you get 3 pages of me. But joke aside, no, this is really, I'm the only Sabine Kvenberg that exists with that name combination. But you can find me on sabinekvenberg.com. I'm on all social media with that name. And yeah, and if you want to have a front row seat at my book Gumption Publishing, just get in touch with me. I'm now, and you find it also on my website, because that's where you can come. And if you feel your story you want to share your story, your experience, your message, then I invite you to join me in my Vibrant Voices Network community. And you find everything on my website, sabinekvenberg.com.
I like
Awesome.
that.
Yes.
So what I like to do at the end of an interview is just give you some space and some time in case there's anything on your mind or in your heart that you wanted to share. So what would you love to leave people with?
What I would love to leave you with is that we all are unique. Each one has that uniqueness to go out into this world, to live fully, but serving from the heart and following your passion is the key ingredient. And if you don't know the how yet, go for it. The how will show up. And the last one that I want to share is this. In order to get what we want to get, we have to work on our invisible stages. And by that, I mean, if you want to shine in the spotlight, on the stage that everyone sees, and it doesn't have to be as an actress or performers, I'm talking about the stages of life. You have to first work behind the scenes, behind the curtain on your invisible stages, meaning work on your personal growth, work and increase your skill set. Do everything, listen to podcasts like this, do everything that helps you grow, because growth is the first part in Gumption. And when you do that, when you work on your invisible stages, you are ready when it is your time to shine, because you have to become the person you are meant to be, to live the life you are destined to live. And if you master the moments no one sees, you will lead the moments everyone remembers.
Oh, you may have to repeat that last one. Master the moments nobody sees.
Master the moments no one sees. To lead the moments everyone remembers.
Moments everyone. I can't write that fast. This is why I type, but when I type, this is what happens.
Yeah, I know.
Everything just moves. Try not to do that this time. That was lovely, Sabine. Thank you.
Yeah, wow. It was so good. So good.
Well, thank you for having me and giving me that opportunity to share that hopefully other people get the encouragement that they too can share their story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I want to say thank you so much. I'm going to call this the official close of the main portion of the interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do invite you to stick around for the next 4.5 minutes because this is our social media playtime. We're going to teasers where you can just go clip, clip, because it's nice and neat at the end of the interview and you can just edit it very quickly. I want to recap some of our favorite moments. So this time I'm going to start with you, Sabine. What is one thing that stood out to you during our conversation today?
That I'm on the right path, that I'm exactly where I need to be with you wonderful ladies and your audience.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Kristina? What's something that stood out to you?
That she made a career pivot. She followed her intuition, she followed her instinct, and she didn't let the naysayers or dream busters rather change her mind. And I mean, that was a long time ago. So 40 years later, she can say that she's happy that she made that decision. So for anybody who's navigating that waters, to follow your gut, you know, the biggest regret of the dying is I wish I had. I wish I did. I wish I tried. And so you lived a life that's true to yourself. And that really, really stood out to me.
During our interview, you shared 3 things on how to get started on something that you don't know. So if you missed that, go back and watch. And she goes through the 3 things and then explains a little bit about it. I'm not going to tell you what they are. And then one other thing I wanted to share was that you did create a song. Can I look up that song, The Game of Life, that you wrote? Like, is it somewhere I could find?
Of course. It's you can find my music on my website, but you can also find it on Spotify.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so we have about 2 minutes left. Feel free to have comments. I'm just going to go grab something. I will be right back.
Okay. So the only other thing I can say is, you have to have gumption in life. And
explain what gumption means.
Well, gumption means you are moving through life with energy and persistence, and you go for it no matter the obstacles that stand in your way. You find ways to overcome it. And in my book Gumption, and I don't want to spell it out because what I like about the book that I wrote is, and I can say it's somewhere between Chicken Noodle Soup for the Soul, great stories, Think and Grow Rich, wonderful advice to how we can live a rich life, not just monetarily, but in general. And also the secret, because there is that spiritual aspect of it. And when the readers read through it, they will find those golden nuggets, exactly what they need to get out of it. Everybody gets something out of it. But I will go into details in my book, what gumption means and all the different steps that helped me. It's not just a metaphor, it's an acronym. So, and I explained that acronym also towards the end a little bit.
Awesome. When can we look out for the release of that book?
The pre-sale will start in November.
Okay.
And it's going to be on Barnes & Noble and all your favorite bookstores that you can do the pre-order. I highly recommend. And then if you want to be at the red carpet celebration in January, you just have to contact me, DM me to know how you can get your invitation.
Awesome.
I could dress all fancy on a red carpet?
You can.
We have about 30 seconds. I can tell you one of my secret dream careers.
Okay.
I love to talk to people. Anybody. This is why I'm doing all these interviews. So one of my dreams in another life, maybe this one, who knows, is I want somebody to hire me to be their go-to talking person. So let's say Kristina wants to go to an event. She doesn't like to be the talky person that starts conversations. I'm like, okay, what kind of outfit do I need? You're going to pay for my outfit. You're going to pay for my hotel. I get a percentage of whatever deal you close. I'm going to be with you on your arm. I could be your arm candy, whatever. I will you point at who you want to talk to, and I will go start that conversation and lead it for you.
I love it. That's a niche.
Because all I really want is to talk to really cool people and to dress up pretty.
Maybe in this life, why another life? This is the life.
That's right. Well, maybe I have to hire you as my spokesperson in the future.
I would love to. I love emceeing. I love interviewing. People are great. Okay. Thank you so much, Sabine. This was so much fun. I enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Thank you, ladies.
Can't think of the word. Fireworks to make us leave?
Yes, I don't know if it's working. But here's the firework.
Thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Bye, Sabine. Bye. And our next guest is behind the scenes. Allisa, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. Oh, you missed the fun part. When Sabine came on, somehow she gave a thumbs up and there were fireworks everywhere.
Yeah, I'm assuming she had a Mac. I think she had a Mac computer, and once you're on FaceTime or camera, if you do this, you get fireworks. If you do this, something else happens. Different hand gestures get different things going on a Mac. So.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. So, Allisa, I can say that your fellow redheads were already friends.
Yes, absolutely. Sisters of the heart, for sure.
I know. So how I like to start interviews is just to shake things up a bit, because I don't want boring elevator pitches. Right. They have their place, but they're not here. So I like to start by getting to know you as a human being first. Sure. And I have a question that helps me do that. So Allisa, I'm going to write down everybody's name.
Allisa.
Oh, is it Allisa?
Allisa, yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. So
yes.
Okay, so Allisa. Okay, because you look like my cousin and her name is Allisa. So if I correct me if I say it wrong.
Okay.
No worries. So here's my big question, Allisa. I gotta practice, Allisa. Okay. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Caring.
Mm-hmm.
Relatable.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Trustworthy.
Caring, relatable, and trustworthy as I finish the word. Okay. My only other question that is pre-planned is, how do those 3 words, caring, relatable, and trustworthy, how do they play a key role in the core message that you have for people?
So those 3 words actually embody who I am from the inner core and how I have patterned and lived my life. And that is my North Star for how I live life. And I work with others to help them find their North Star and to be true to themselves.
Find North Star. I really just want to doodle that. Yeah, let's doodle. Find your North Star and be true to themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
Be true. So what inspired you to have this message? There's always a story. I want to know your story. Give me the contrast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much, Laura, for having me on this. I've been looking forward to this conversation now and cannot wait just to connect with you. You know, Amplify Your Voice is so much more than just a title. It is a mission. Yes. And I truly believe that. You know, I've been a fan of your podcast and been a listener, and I really am just so excited to be here today. And that mission is one that I've been on both sides of the coin for. You know, for everybody listening, I'm not just an executive leadership coach. I'm someone who earned my voice the hard way. I grew up as a Southern country girl, if you can't tell by the accent. I was raised to have humble roots, a strong backbone, and a small voice, because women tend to play the back part in the Southern culture to support the man. And I believed for many years that if you just worked hard enough, that people would notice. Big disappointment, right? Here's what I learned along the way. Sometimes your silence, it can keep you safe, but it also keeps you small. And one day I got tired of being powerful quietly, and I decided I'm going to be powerful loudly. And the first time that life forced me to find that fire was at the age of 15. I was diagnosed with cancer in my foot. Overnight, for me, everything changed. I wasn't the fastest girl or on the court or the standout athlete, but basketball was my rhythm. And it was where I felt grounded and capable. And when that was taken away from me, I didn't just lose a sport. I lost a sense of myself, of my identity. I remember sitting alone in the bleachers one afternoon, and the gym was empty, and just the echo of my own footsteps when I made it in. And I remember looking at that court and just thinking, everyone else gets to keep moving except me. That was the first time I ever truly felt that I was left behind, not by people, but by life itself. And no one swooped in with any type of a perfect speech or motivational comment for me. This was no cinematic moment, ladies. This was just me. And I had a quiet question inside of myself that was burning. And that question was, are you going to accept this, or are you going to fight for yourself? And I didn't roar back. I wish I could say that I did, but I didn't. I didn't come back overnight. It was one uneven, very painful step at a time, literally a step. I had to teach myself to walk again. And then I had to learn how to run. It was extremely difficult for me. I had a gait. I'm 6 feet tall, so I'll just tell you, my gait was not pretty going up, trying to run. And eventually I learned how to jump. And I had to learn to do this because they had removed not just the upper portion of my whole top foot, but they had taken out nerve endings, everything. So I had no feelings. I had a wonderful, lovely little patch of skin from my hip covering my foot. I hated how my foot looked. I was so embarrassed by it. But I'll be honest with you, I later learned to love it because that meant that I didn't allow cancer to dictate my life or my future. I came back. I came back, and eventually, one day in the gym, I was sitting there and I thought, I'm going to overcome this thing once and all. And I made a run and I slam dunked for the first time. Awesome. And it wasn't because I wanted to be a powerful athlete. I wasn't looking for the attention. I needed it for me on the inside. This was my spirit saying, I will rise. I will overcome this disease and I will become better. And that was my first inkling into the fact that I had a fire inside of me and tapping into that fire. And fast forward on this, I entered corporate world many years later. I was in healthcare, software development, program and project management within IT. And I led giant cross-functional programs. And there was millions of dollars on the line with nonstop fires. And I thrived. And it's not just because the chaos, not just because it was easy, but the chaos itself made me sharp. It kept me on edge, always trying to stay ahead of everything and making sure that I was mitigating and looking out proactively. And I was the one that people came to privately when things went sideways. But I was still not the one that people acknowledged publicly when things went right. You know, I was leading at a director level, but I was only titled as a manager. And I know that somebody who's listening to this right now can totally relate to what that feels like. You know, you're carrying everything quietly while someone else is getting the credit loudly. And that was my story until one day it wasn't. There was a very specific moment for me that changed everything in my life. And this is what led me to Dracarys. I've been asked to lead a major enterprise-wide project that impacted over 10,000 employees, one that 2 outside consulting firms had failed to deliver on in the past 18 months. We were coming up against a very hard deadline of when this had to be implemented. And I was the only one who had that experience to pull it off, especially when it came to leading a 5S Lean Six Sigma enterprise-wide project. I had the trust of the teams. I had the knowledge, the know-how, the experience to back it up. I had the operational awareness and, frankly, the capability to turn this thing around. And I didn't gatekeep. I treated it as a learning opportunity. So I brought in several others that I could actually train up and give them the opportunity to help lead a 5S Six Sigma project. And it wasn't because I necessarily needed that help. It's just I wanted them to learn how to lead something with this particular scope and magnitude.
Yeah.
And we did it. We delivered on the exact day and time that I said that we would. We delivered. And we turned what had been a stuck mess into a functioning, full-out success. It became, even the company was calling it the gold standard of all projects. But when that project was finally presented over to leadership and we were ready to close that out, my name was nowhere on the credits.
Oh.
Nowhere. There were over 20 people listed on the credits of that project, and my name was nowhere.
Wow.
Others were praised for a transformation that they hadn't led, while the person who actually carried it remained invisible. And at that moment, I didn't get loud. I got clear. I got very clear. I realized that I had a choice. I could either keep being that person that everybody relied on privately, or I could become someone that they would have to acknowledge publicly. That was my catalyst moment. And the day that I stopped asking for acknowledgement and I started building my own path. I didn't leave because I was bitter. I left because I refused to teach a system how to undervalue me.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, I walked away, and it was
Mm-hmm.
on my terms, and it was with a better purpose in mind. So that's when I built Dracaris. And let me be clear, I didn't build it to be another leadership program. I built it to be a leadership ignition system. People don't burn out because of workload. They burn out because of working without worth. They're exhausted, not just from doing too much, but from being seen too little.
Mm-hmm.
And my work is not about helping people learn to do more. It's about helping them be more, to become more, to become the best version of themselves that is true to themselves from their inner core. Find that, tap into it, and actually use that to build your trajectory, to do more, to be more, and to be a light for others, right? To help others find their true value, their true meaning, and live that. And I built my entire coaching philosophy around what I call the flame spiral. So it's this is a real journey that every person actually goes through. So the flame spiral, it goes through a cycle, if you will. And every time that it cycles through, it rises, because we don't just cycle through this once and done. This is something we go through repetitively, but each time that we do, we rise, we become better, stronger, more aware. And those cycles are ignition. So we start with ignition, doubt, resilience, courage, transformation, and legacy. Now, most people think something's wrong with them when they hit the resistance or self-doubt stage, but nothing's wrong. They're just between chapters of their rise. And I help them to work through that, to break through that, so that they can continue moving forward. And once you actually understand which stage that you're in, then you stop fighting yourself and you start leading yourself. That, ladies, is real empowerment. That is what it's all about. And, I have coached everyone from entrepreneurs to C-level executives to fresh managers who are stepping into their leadership. And these are men and women who are brilliant at what they do, but they didn't actually own who they were. One woman, she went from quietly doubting herself daily to being promoted into an executive leadership in under 6 months. This is huge, not because she became more qualified, but because she started speaking like someone who already belonged on the inside of that. She developed her executive presence. Everything that she did just continued to cycle through, and everyone realized the level that she had actually risen to. I had another client who'd been overlooked for years. And within weeks of shifting for her, how she carried herself, she became the go-to person in every meeting. She was the go-to voice. People didn't just listen, they deferred to her. She became the subject matter expert on that. And I had one gentleman who's a VP in the middle of a full-blown crisis. And he came to me not just because he didn't know what to do, but because he didn't know how to keep carrying everything in that, without burning out in that critical time frame. People were panicking. And within weeks, I had him reframe his leadership from being the fixer to commander. His entire team shifted cadence on that, and they shifted with him to being proactive, to taking charge, to not panicking or looking to him for all the answers. He started pushing it back to them and telling them to go find the answers. He empowered them. And from that crisis moment, that team became so strong that so many other leaders evolved from that and actually became executive level leaders because he empowered. He didn't just take charge and take it all and try to lead the whole thing because he didn't have all the answers and he knew he didn't, but everyone thought he did. And in fact, when he turned it around to his team, they found they had the answers because they were in the trenches doing this every day. They knew what was going to work and what wasn't.
Yeah.
And so he just gave them the platform to have a voice and to make the decisions. And it worked out brilliantly for them.
I want to take a moment and just pause. You said the fixer to the commander, and you just explained what all of that meant. The first thing I thought of as a reference was every mom out there whose whole family goes, where is the X, Y, or Z? Like, where's my phone? Where are my keys? Where'd you put the flashlight? Why does mom have to be the fixer all the time? Other people have brains and can make inferences and use logic to do things.
Yeah. And I think as parents, sometimes we're so used to leading and doing that thinking that our children take a back seat to it because they know that we just have the answers. We have it. And I think there's times that we need to intentionally throw it back in their court.
Yeah.
Give it back to them and make them responsible for it. And that's how you start developing that leadership at a young age. You start developing that because you're not always going to be there and you can't always feed them a fish, but you can sure teach them how to fish and they can feed themselves.
One little
There was a oops.
Oh, okay. And little short story, and then I'll let you go, Kristina. The scenario I'm thinking of is there's a big plate of food at my husband's part of the table. It's there. I'm standing there with my plate of food, and then there's a little plate at my daughter's part of the table, and she asks me, Mom, is that mine? Like, do you not see the situation? Please don't ask that question. This is the one thing that drives me crazy. Okay, go ahead, Kristina.
Well, just this week, and one thing that came up in all of what you're saying in terms of even the transformations in people is that there's probably some level of an identity shift that needs to happen between being a fixer versus a commander. So just this week, on the last week, I went to a mastermind and we spoke a lot about identity shifts and such like that. And so I came back trying to go through my notes and regroup. And something that really stood out to me in my exploration, and so much so that I made it my WhatsApp. Like, wow. You know how WhatsApp has, you can put like a note as your status, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Note to self, am I building a bridge or am I carrying people across it? And then that's just such a difference, like teaching to fish versus that. And it's like, okay. And it really helps to capture like, okay, the identity that you need to assume in order to get through what you're calling basically is the tipping point. Right, that just you're in between chapters, get into that next chapter as an identity shift. So that really, really stood out to me when you explained how you've helped people transform. So it's really powerful.
Thank you so much. Yes, and being that bridge for everyone. We're all here to help each other in this wonderful thing called life, and we should all be a bridge for one another and help each other as we come across. And I called it, I likened it to a story that I was telling one of my friends. I said, if I can just help one person come across the pond from feeling like life is controlling them, to them learning to control their life and to feel powerful and to feel their purpose and live it. If I can help one come across the pond, then that person can be a beacon of light and help another person come across and another person come across. And that's what I really want. This is not just leadership coaching. This is a movement, and we need to step up and own it. We need to take ownership of this and stop allowing others' expectations or society's expectations of who we are, what we do, what makes us feel empowered. We need to stop walking to the beat of someone else's drum, and we need to tap back into ourself, into our inner core, to our own beat. And we need to live that to the fullest, because you only get one chance in life, ladies. This is not a dress rehearsal. And you've got to jump in, and you've got to live purposely and true to yourself. And if you're in a job that you're so busy making a living that you forget to live a life, I'm going to highly encourage you to reach out to me and let me help you find your North Star so that you can truly start living your life. And when I think about your life, it's not just your career, right? It is your family, your friends, your relationships. It is everything all combined. That all comes in to make one very powerful, unique you. And if you feel like, if you're hearing people say, we never talk anymore, or you don't seem to listen to me when I talk, or I see you always on your device scrolling, I'm going to encourage you to break up with your device for 1 hour a day and focus fully, be present in the moment with your children, your significant other, maybe your parents, someone. Spend some time, 1 hour a day. Or if you don't want to do that, go for a walk and explore nature. Get back in touch with your roots, with who you are, and maybe even just sit down and be still for an hour and really think about, who are you? What do you really want from life? And what's your purpose? Everyone has a purpose.
Yeah.
Ooh, I knew the redhead would be a fiery redhead. And then my first thought was, is Dracarys the spell that they use in Harry Potter? And I'm like, no, that's what they say in Game of Thrones. It's like, oh, okay.
Yes, it is. A lot of people have heard the word Dracarys that was used in Game of Thrones. So Dracarys actually means dragon fire.
Yeah.
So when people think of dragon fire, they think of destruction and, just terrible things. And that's not really true. Dragon fire doesn't just burn. It actually purifies. So it reforges and it makes things stronger than before. So if you think about the hottest fire when you're forging steel, that's what dragon fire is. It is reforging you to become a purer, more refocused person. And that's how I coach. I don't just motivate leaders. I actually help them burn away what no longer exists and serves them so that they rise forged into who they're truly meant to be.
Good.
Sounds like creating a diamond too. Just
It is.
you in there, lots of pressure.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's beautiful. Allisa, what are the different ways that you have decided to share this message?
So I am beginning a podcast. I am going to be starting my podcast in the next few weeks, probably around sometime in early November. I will be starting that. I actually have also built a smart journal app, and it's called the Flame Keepers Smart Journal. And it will be launched by the end of the year. We're in beta testing right now. And, with my life in IT, I have over 25 years in IT. And a lot of people were so intimidated when AI came out. And that actually intrigued me and excited me because I thought this can be a really significant tool that I can leverage as a leadership coach to actually help someone rise to the next level. And instead of having to have me with them every single day talking to them, they're going to have a version of me in their back pocket every single day. And so I'm leveraging AI with this. And this is in an intuitive manner. And there's a questionnaire that I will ask them, the purchaser, to sign up and take this questionnaire so I can better understand their personality, their goals, their timeline for this. And it helps me better understand how I can best connect and tap into that to meaningfully communicate and motivate them each day. And the AI is actually going to be a learning tool. So the more that they post each day, the more that AI learns, the Smart Journal learns from that. And this is very proprietary and very personal for them. This is nothing that is publicly published or anything. This is just for them. And this guides them through. And then it gives them a chance to take a look at the end of the week to say, these were your goals for this week. This is what you accomplished. These are things you might want to think about doing or focusing on next week. And then it does that at the end of the month and the end of the quarter. And then at the end of the year, we do an annual review back of the year. And it shows them their journey with their roadmap and the progress that they've made along the way, and gives them intuitive suggestions of things that they may want to focus on in the coming months or the coming year. And this is so powerful because I'm actually going to be building a community with this so that people can tap in together and talk, the ones that are going through the journey. And, we know that there's power in numbers. So the people that are flame keepers are actually able to help ignite others' flames and to help guide them across and to be that legacy.
Question.
Yes.
Do you know much about human design? Have you weaved that in here? Is that what I'm hearing? I thought so.
I have woven that in with the app. I want this to be something that is not just another app. This is something that is cutting edge and something that will help guide people through feeling stuck and in a dead end position of their life, not knowing what do they want next, to helping them find that and be able to live their life with true purpose and meaning.
I've been seeing a lot of what we call the oxymorons, or we're joking that they're oxymorons. It's like there's this part of me that seems like the complete opposite of this part of me. And what I've been hearing with your references is that there's a lot of spiritual parts of you, and yet you were telling us that you spent 25 years in IT. So on the surface, when we think about stereotypes, it feels like they're two totally different things. Yet when they are in you, Allisa, with all of your experience and your background, it is reframed into something that is even more powerful because it has the contrast of two different things or more that feel like they're so different.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the way life is, right? It's called the yin and the yang. We have two different sides to life, and we can choose to look at the glass half empty, or we can look at the glass half full. I choose to look at the glass half full.
No, it's always full. It's got air.
I love that. I love that. But we have a choice of how we want to look at things, and what you think about, you bring about. That's so true. I think about The Secret the first time that I read The Secret.
Yeah.
And it resonated with me so much because everything that it was telling me kept coming back around again and again. And if you don't learn the lesson the first time, guess what? It comes back around the second time. And this time it's more difficult because they want you to learn the lesson.
Yeah. I've had the pleasure of interacting with Dr. Joe a lot, like interviews and emceeing the boot camp and stuff like that. And he just launched his new movie called Zero Limits.
Yes.
For those who don't know, Dr. Joe is in The Secret.
Yeah.
And so this movie talks about Ho'oponopono. I learned about Ho'oponopono over a decade ago. Used it for a little bit, forgot about it for a while, and then resurfaced a few years ago and then forgot about it for a little while. And the universe is like, you're not done learning this yet.
That's right.
And now all of a sudden miracles keep happening. Like I've been winning so many things in the last couple weeks. It's crazy, which is great. I could use more. That would, accepting the abundance.
Accept it, girl. It's magnetically drawn to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gratitude. Thank you. I want more. Gratitude. Thank you. I want more.
Yeah. I had the privilege to be at his red carpet premiere of Zero Limits. And it was such a powerful movie. And it just made me cry. It touched me so deeply. So I encourage any of you to make sure that you get a chance to see that, because it was one of the pivotal moments for me that reaffirmed I was truly on the right path. I had truly found my purpose after all of these years and the challenges that life brings.
I'm going to take this time to ask you the most important question of the whole interview. Where do we find you? And what is your favorite way to communicate?
Yes. So you can actually find me on my website. It is dracariscoaching.com. You can reach out to me there. I'm also on Instagram, and I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook through Dracaris Coaching. So you can reach me there. And I am in the process of finishing up my first book called The Fire Within. And this is truly how to tap in to your inner fire and live your life with purpose. So I'm in the final stages of editing that. So I'm very excited about sharing that. I wanted to take the life lessons that I've learned and be able to have a deep, meaningful conversation with my readers to share with them some of these truths, so that maybe they don't have to go back through the hard lessons I have, and maybe it helps them to be able to rise and move forward and help someone else.
Definitely. So I do like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you wanted to share. So what would you love to leave people with?
I would just say to every listener, may this be the moment that you finally ignite your fire and start living your life with true purpose and meaning, and being true to yourself.
Light your fire! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I love that so much. We have about 60 seconds left, so if there's any sort of final comments, now is your time, and then we will close up the main portion.
I truly appreciate this opportunity, Laura and Kristina. It has been an absolute pleasure meeting you, having the chance to be on the Amplify Your Voice. I am such a fan, so thank you so much. From one redhead to the other, lots of love.
We'll just call Kristina what was honorary redhead. That's
absolutely, absolutely, sister.
So we have to explain to you what this means, Kristina. So this means that anytime you're in a room, you notice the redhead, even if they're way across the room, and you know that they have noticed you too, so that when you come in close contact, you automatically say hi.
Okay.
It's like motorcyclists going down the highway and they just do that little wave. Yeah, it's like a club with no rules, unspoken rules.
We have that too.
Exactly.
As we say hello to the Black person in the elevator, like, okay, there's a recognition.
There you
Hello.
go.
Okay. Yep.
All the lessons we're learning. So I want to say thank you, Allisa, for being here. And I will call this the official close to the main part of the interview.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I do invite you to stick around for the next 4.5 minutes or so, because this is our social media playtime. I like it. It's a lot of fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to tease people about what we just talked about so that you can like take clips of this out and go, you should listen to my podcast interview because here's a little clip. So I'm going to start with you, Allisa. What is something that stood out to you during our conversation today?
I would say just how real you both really are. You are truly so authentic in how you live your life, and you can tell that you both absolutely love this podcast. You love what you do, and to give people an opportunity, a forum to amplify their voice, that's huge. So it's such an honor for me. So thank you.
Aw, thank you. What about you, Kristina? What's something that stood out to you?
Well, I've caught on now. This is number 3. So I've caught on to just leave a teaser to be like, oh, blank. You got to go back and watch it to fill in the blank. So there's something that you said about being in between chapters of their blank. So you got to go back and find that. Fill in the in between chapters of what? Because I think that is such a powerful state of awareness to know where you are in between whatever to that blank. Find the blank.
I'll give you an example of that just to kind of add to the, what is she talking about? I don't really know. No. Okay, so one of the things that stood out to me is in reference to what Kristina just said. There was 2 parts of the process that you were talking about for that. When I realized, when you laid them all out for us, where I actually am on that journey versus where I thought that I was. So I thought that I was on the layer of courage because I've been there for so long. I've been practicing it. That's what I'm all about. And now I'm realizing I'm actually in the next stage of it that you called transformation, which is at the end. So you have to go back and watch that part. What's the end? I don't know. But to move away from courage and into that transformation, I'm seeing the results of the efforts that I've been putting in for years, for decades. But only now am I seeing the results of it or recognizing the results of it. So it's really,
so Laura, what you said, I liken that to the bamboo plant. When they plant the bamboo plant, it takes 6 years. It is sitting there for 6 years, no growth, no nothing, just sitting there. And what's happening is underneath, all the roots are growing and getting deeper and stronger. And then after that 6 years, within a 6-week time period, the bamboo tree shoots up 90 feet.
Wow.
So that's where you're going, my lady. You are going you're growing your 90 feet.
I am bamboo. That's really fun. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to mention was, where did I put it? Oh, when you started off our interview talking about this moment, and this moment is this: if I just worked hard enough, people will notice. And I still feel my heart sink into my stomach, because how many times do we still have that happen or allow that to happen or just think it? It's still in my day-to-day, not as much as it used to, but I want to celebrate you for the fact that throughout our interview, you have done one of the hardest pieces. When I work with my clients about their stories, I tell them to help figure out what their gems are. And the gems are those moments of the daily symptoms. And those 2 moments were that sentence, if I just worked hard enough, people will notice. Ugh, I totally feel that. And also when you mentioned the echo of your footsteps in the gym. When you just see it by itself, it means nothing. But within the context of the interview, it makes you sink down into the emotion. And that is the beauty of the gems within a story. So I am going to do this and celebrate you for all of the wonderfulness that was.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's what I have worked so hard in my book, because I want them to be able to truly feel the depth of the challenge, the despair, the worry. I can't tell you how many nights after a practice, I would shove my foot into an ice bucket and then come home limping and then have to elevate it and just keep thinking, the strain from the muscles that I had not used, the leg cramps, the pain, and just thinking, am I ever going to get over this surgery? Am I ever going to become myself again? And I knew that portion of my hip and my foot were gone, but it didn't mean that it was going to limit me for my whole life. It just became a part of me that I could tap into to say, yes, I can overcome this. I can rise above this. And I will not let something like this determine my fate and my future.
So I want to say thank you so much, Allisa, for being here with us. I appreciate you so much. And I was like, oh my God, a fan. Like, I have one.
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Now I'm a fan of you. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Allisa.
Thank you. Be blessed. Take
You
care.
too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so our next guest is not behind the scenes, so I'm just going to double check a couple things. And if you would like to comment on anything that we have done so far today, anything that stood out to you, because I love recaps. I really do.
Yeah. Well, I think that Allisa coming right after Sabine on the theme of becoming was very powerful, and it wasn't planned that way, people. So I think that was very powerful in like kind of just building on top of the previous lessons. And Sabine's podcast is called Becoming. And that's now what Allisa helps people to do, is to become the best version of their self, to steer them to their North Star. So I saw the connection. I'm like, oh, and then I'm trying to figure out now to connect it to our first speaker, Gloria, because it's all somewhat connected and related. I'm really hoping that people are getting a lot of value from binge watching this. Like, just watch all of them, because there's nothing that's repeated apart from themes maybe, but there's new lessons learned in each one along the way. And I think at the end of the day, it's helping us to grow.
What people don't notice is when you and I are here all day long and we get to see them in order, the first person, whatever they tend to talk about, whether we make references to it or not, tends to be the catalyst for the conversation of the day. So usually, like if they're talking about connection, for some reason, everybody that day brings up connection. We don't have to do it as hosts. It just happens naturally. And then because it comes up, we're both like, ha, 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 we were already talking about that. And that's why I find it so fun when we have moments like this to just recap what has happened. And at the end of the day, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to find the patterns. We're going to talk about what we loved. Because if one person talks about connection, it's not going to be the end all be all of answers or insight. They might have piqued your interest in one way. And then when you go to somebody, especially in the same day, you realize that they've also talked about it, but they've talked about it in this way. And you're like, oh, and they start putting the pieces together. Because one of the hardest things for people, for some reason, is they're really good at finding the puzzle pieces, finding the insights, but they're not very good at putting them together. Yeah. So I love these days. Our guest is on her way. She just needs a couple minutes, but
no problem. Well, one more thing I'd like to highlight too is that what's common between the three people that we've already spoken to is that there was an identity shift along all of their journeys that led them to where they are right now. Some of it has been 180, like me and you, who are in very different disciplines than what we started with, than what we were signed up for school in. Than what our parents probably expected of us. And I find that so empowering and encouraging to actually hear more stories like that, because transitioning out of something that you thought you would be, that everybody expected you to be, into something new that somebody doesn't understand is a very difficult thing, right? And I'm seeing where, even though Gloria was a math major and then went psychology, very, 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 very different. Then Sabine was doing business administration, business management, being a claims adjuster of the sorts, acting, very, very different, right? And then Allisa now is more so, working corporate in that space, right? Realizing her true potential also, but also not getting recognition for her true potential. And then said, oh, okay, 180, or even like a 90 degree, where she's going to help people to become. So identity shifts, super important. And sometimes we're just in between chapters waiting for the rise.
So our next guest is in the background. Fatu, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I just want to say right off the bat that I so appreciate those who last minute say yes to a time slot. I was like, we are live. We have to stay here whether somebody's here or not. So I appreciate the last minute saying yes.
Well, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Now, you probably have no idea what to expect, and that's okay.
No idea.
Pretend we're in a coffee shop, we're having fun, we're on somebody's couch. No worries. The only difference is I like to start these interviews off by shaking things up, because I think you and I have chatted about this before. I don't like elevator pitches. They're just really boring, and people go from the human mode into the robot mode of, I have to memorize this thing. Nope, we're skipping all of that. Okay? It's not happening. And I'm going to start with a different opener so we get to know you as a human being. Are you ready for my big question? No.
Can I be ready though? Oh, just.
I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, here's my question. It's fine. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Okay.
I know. You're like, oh, what a word.
Okay. I wasn't ready for that one though.
Nobody is. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
My brain kind of like stopped for a few minutes, a few seconds right there. And it's like, okay. I think I would love it to be someone who is fun to be around. Someone who knows how to get things done. And someone who's empowering.
Okay. Done. I can't write that fast. Hold on. Empowering. Because for me, this is a research question. And I'm asking, so far, I think I've asked it about 400 times. And eventually there will be some sort of presentation of the data. But for now, I'm still in research mode. Because I know. But I use this question, one, to shake off some of the nerves by making you even more nervous. Knowing that there's no right answer to this. But it tells me so much about who you are, what you value, how you want to show up in the world. And it even gives me insights in the type of work or message that you may be sharing, which you haven't told us yet. Yeah. So now the only other question that I
The
have.
first question was already very high level. Okay.
So now the next question is this, and then we just get super curious and we play. So the next question is, how do these 3 words, fun, get things done, and empowering, how do they play a key role in the core message that you have for people? And then it gets easier from there, trust me.
Okay. Well, you send me a message, are you available? I should have just said, not today.
I'm sure at the end of it, you're going to be happy that we're here. And the people that are listening are going to be happy too. And I'm going to be happy.
I would have come anyways.
Yeah.
You just had to say come. I would have come.
Yeah.
How do they play in how?
So do you want me to guide you a little?
Yeah, a little bit would be helpful.
Sure. So first off, tell us what your core message is. Like, you have a message. Obviously, you do it in so many ways because I've seen you do so many things. But there's a message that you're trying to share with the world. Can you tell us what that message is?
My message, okay. Now it's gonna like go back to the whole elevator page thing. So I'm gonna try to avoid that and make it a little bit human. So my message is really about empowering other people to embrace their voice, their story, and their own journey. And obviously, I do that in a couple of ways through my super partnership, where we do more personal branding and empowerment. That I do that through organizing TEDx event where other people have the platform to share their story, their voice, their experiences. And I do that in a couple of different ways, also organizing conferences. So my message really, it's around empowering other people to own their story and their journey, and being able to communicate that with others in a way that they not only relate with them, but also create values and impact. I hope that wasn't pitchy.
No, it was good. And your word empowering came up in it anyway.
Oh, okay,
and
good.
So it kind of worked out. Not that we're looking for it or anything, but it just
that works.
happened, right? It just happened.
Good.
I think it's fun just because the words do come up.
Yeah.
So you said fun, getting things done, and empowering. That makes sense for your message. You're wanting to get people to embrace their voice and their story. That can be quite vulnerable sometimes. And so having that fun, it makes sense because then we have that balance or that harmony with it instead of it always feeling so draining. So can you, in your own words, explain what is it that you bring fun, or I guess how is it that you bring fun to this message? And I don't want to say too much. You get to say it.
Okay, so I think for me, I'm at a point where sometimes I think I'm overconfident to the point where I joke about myself and people think it's gonna demean it. They kind of like think, oh my God, don't bring yourself down. But like, I'm not trying. Like my confidence is like that high that I can literally make fun of myself. Like on Friday, I was speaking at an event and I said, I'm quite loud. And someone was like, no, you shouldn't say that. You're so nice. And like, I didn't mean that in a bad way, but I am a loud person and I love being loud, right? I love talking space and I love that energy I bring to the room. And so sometimes my confidence is kind of that high. And why it's also worked for me, not just like personally, but also the people I'm around, is that sometimes it gave them the courage to be able to just be vulnerable and say, oh, like, I know my shortcoming. I'm like very self-aware. And I'm okay with my level of self-awareness. So being able to like sometimes bring that fun to things that normally people want to be like, oh my God, I don't want to, does help.
And I can attest to that. I've met and talked to so many people. That's how we met. We just talked to random strangers. But the amount of people who are highly self-aware is actually quite rare.
I'm very self-aware. Like, that's one of my skills. Self-awareness.
And when you said that you described yourself as loud, I was like, yeah, that makes sense in all the
that's
ways
fun.
that you share your message, but in like a loving, bold way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I admire you, because you're bold about it. Like, I aspire to be bold. I'm just going to hang out with people who are the way that I want to be, and I will learn from the gurus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this message of embracing your voice and your story. Obviously, you have a story behind why you have that message. Can you share a little bit around what got you to this point?
Yeah.
Are you looking for like the elevator page, or are you looking for like the part to talk?
Oh, at this point, it's free game. You do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Your story.
Because I'm just like, oh my God, don't do that. I've been doing like a lot of pages for my business recently. So I'm kind of like, oh, okay. Okay, my journey actually started from being a girl in a tradition where women don't have a lot of voice, and just basically learning to outgrow some of that and getting to a point where I'm just like, okay, I have been able to travel away from home. I've been able to like do things that normally would be like impossible. I want to be able to let people do the same thing. I want to be able to use my personal strength, which obviously I know I like talking to people. I like hearing stories. I love learning from other people because there's so much we all have to offer, and we're all like so unique in our own ways. And I want to be able to learn from other people. Like it's just very humbling. And so my journey basically was like what started it. But as I grow, because I'm still growing and meet a lot of people who are different from me, I've also gotten to a point where I just want to like learn more about other people. And I want to be able to share that. And that's been a huge influence on everything I do, whether it's my sole proprietorship with personal branding, whether it's organizing events, whether it's meeting lovely people, it's going to events. So yeah, I think where I came from had a huge influence on my start. And in a way it still does. But everybody else's like life lesson has also been very helpful on the way.
And so if I may ask.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Kristina.
Where is that from, place that you are?
I am from Liberia. It's a very small country in West Africa. And I always like to say Africa is very diverse. I don't speak for all of Africa. I only speak for where I'm from and what I have experienced.
Yes. No, understandable completely.
So I wanted to dive in a little bit more. You said that it was a part of the culture growing up. You were a woman. Women didn't really have much of a voice in your experience and where you were. Was there a moment or series of moments that encouraged you to try something different, to go against the grain and to use your voice?
Well, there were a couple of moments. There obviously were a couple of moments. I think like just at like the start of it, I don't know how, when, where. I'm just kind of like a person who like to be seen. Not in a bad way, but I like to when I enter a room, I like to be like, hey, I'm here, like I'm available. And so I think that's where it started. I don't know how, but maybe because my mom is also kind of like that. So she's kind of like a very bold person. She goes to an event and she like take the dance floor. I don't dance. She tried to teach me to dance, but it didn't work out. Like it was really bad. But like, so maybe I think she was a huge influence on that. But then outside of that, I remember when I was in high school, I joined the Red Cross Girls in Aid, and it was one of like the programs that brought the aha moment to me. So it was a campus club where we got together. It was organized by the Red Cross. We got together and we just like talk a lot about gender equality, And that was helpful, because most of the time we had women that was leading sessions for us, telling us the story, telling us the experiences. I even did a field trip with them. I think those were like one of those early moments, especially as a high school student, that was like, oh, okay, you know. And then one was also just so having the first female president of Africa
Nice.
in my country.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so there was like a time where I did a parade with my school, like how sometimes schools go do like parades, and it was not just like my school actually, it was like the whole country. So we do like Flair Day marching, we have like bands and everything. I went there, that was one of the representatives from my school, and I saw her speaking on this platform. She came and she was like speaking. She was so eloquent. Like there was like a woman sitting there, and that was like, oh my God, she's also a woman. So yeah, along the way, I also met like some students who were in my school, who were in my community. That really did help influence my journey. It kind of feels very long-winded, but yeah, there were like a couple of pieces that really brought the aha to me.
I knew there was something in there. I'm kind of jealous about the first female president, though. I was like, I want one of those.
Me too. Oh my God. Like, not just Liberia, but like Africa. Like, what? Are you kidding?
Mhm.
And even globally, there are very few females that
Yeah.
manage to do that. Like, yeah. Oh, okay.
I think I only started getting excited when the OC, that whole, I can't remember her name, because she just called herself OC and everybody called her OC.
Oh,
But
do I
she
know
was
her?
the prime minister or president of New Zealand, I think it was.
Oh, I heard a little
And
bit
then
about
she did
her.
amazing things. And I'm like, oh my God, now I'm starting to care. Like,
Oh,
yay.
I remember.
I'm going to have to look it up. I am not going to do it justice at all.
Well, while you look it up,
yeah.
You are an award-winning peace activist.
Yes.
I'm curious about how you got into that, like what inspired you to go into that line of work, and how does it play out now in what you do?
Okay. So I was born in a civil war in my country. I lived as a refugee for a little bit. Fortunately, I survived. Anyway, there's a lot of horror story there, but like, yeah. And so afterwards, so there were two moments, not moments, but like events in my life that really like shape a huge part of who I am. One was obviously being born and raised in a civil war. I'll kind of tell you a little bit afterwards. And then the second was obviously gender inequality.
Right.
There was a lot of early marriage. It was just kind of like not fun. Like it's like the stereotypical things you hear about women's rights in Africa, not all of Africa, like I said. But like those kind of stereotypical things, I think it was from some of us. And so those moments really led me to a lot of questions, because there was a point where I wasn't sure I was going to go to college. And so afterwards, miracle happened. I got a scholarship to study in the US, which is like, what the hell? And then when I got to the US, my mom was like, go be a pre-med. I was like, okay, be a pre-med, engineer, doctor. Like it's always like one of those things.
Oh, yes.
And then when I started as a pre-med, obviously in college, that's what I applied for. And then I got to a point where I realized, I beg you, please, no, thank you. And so during that time, but because I've already liked social justice, so back home I started like joining protests for women's rights. I started like debating. I had my own talk show, so it's kind of like all around the place, like that, just being loud all around the place. And then when I got to the US, I got invited to the Peace Studies Club because immediately I came, I started joining like social justice stuff and things. And I had professors that are like, there's a class called Peace Studies. Maybe you want to take it. And I went to study peace. Like, what do you do with peace? Like, who cares? And then I took a class in Peace Studies, and I realized it was actually helping me answer some of the questions I had. And most of my questions were around education, violence, and poverty. Sorry, it was education, violence, and income, and how they influence each other. And so eventually I switched from pre-med to peace studies. And eventually I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to like create platforms. I wanted to like do stuff. And so I switched to peace studies and I study peace. And as part of my study was also doing research. I published my thesis on answering some of those questions around how education can help influence violence and poverty by increasing the level. So it was kind of like on a global scale research, but it was very helpful. And eventually, I don't know how or why they kind of like decided to award me with a degree, with an award as a peacemaker. I don't know what they were thinking, but it did happen. And then, but it just happened. I don't know what they were thinking, but yeah.
Okay, awesome. That's your comedy part of trying to be helpful. So good job. And very, very. How did Canada become? You're in Nova Scotia.
It is a crazy question, right? I watched a Canadian movie.
Yeah.
Like, how many people go to a new country because they saw a movie? Tell me.
I want to go to New Zealand because of Lord of the Rings.
Let's go. Where are we going?
Oh, it's so good.
I watched a couple of movies that were Canadian, and I liked them, but I wasn't sure how I was gonna go to Canada. Honestly, it wasn't part of the plan because we don't have embassies. Like there's no like recently they're kind of like trying to build one, but it wasn't like part of like our to-do list as Liberians when we're trying to travel. So Liberia was indirectly colonized by the US, so it wasn't fully colonized. It's one of the it's kind of like debatable. It's a whole long history. Let's not talk about it. But it was like one of the countries that had a huge US influence. So oftentimes when we want to travel, we go to the US. So it was like when we say the American dreams, like that's like the goal. Right. And so I got a scholarship to study in the US, which is like obviously a dream for me. And then I got to the US, there was some immigration issues. Yeah, and I wanted to be an entrepreneur. It wasn't working out. But then I was like, one of my favorite movies are in Canada, and I've always liked Canada for a while. So, and then my friend was like, "What are you thinking after school?" I like, "I want to go to Canada. I think I want to go to Canada." And she's like, "I'm also going to Canada." Like, when are we going to Canada? So we both came to Canada. And then the funny thing is, when I came, I contacted the cast for that movie, and I got in touch with them. Like, hey, hello, can we connect?
Yes. Okay. And so you came to study in Canada, St. Mary's University.
I did my master's here, but I did my undergraduate in the US.
Yes. Okay. So after the undergrad, you came here, did your master's, and then that's awesome.
Okay, but now you have to tell us what movie it was that inspired you to.
Yeah.
It's called Lost Girl. It's sci-fi. I love sci-fi. I like horror, anything magic, supernatural.
Yeah. And what
I think a couple of movies that were made in Canada. Some of them were not necessarily Canadian, but the studios were kind of here, kind of around the place.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed the name of the movie.
Lost Girl.
Oh, Lost Girl. Wait, did I just watch that movie?
It's a little old though. Like it's kind of like old.
Yeah, I've been watching old movies lately. I don't know why. Like I see a reel of somebody going, "Remember the moment?" And I'm like, "No, what movie is that?" No, I haven't watched that one yet. Okay. Yet. See, now I'm going to have to watch it because it inspired you to come to Canada.
Okay. Okay. What can I say?
Now, I want to shift gears.
It is very long though. I think it's 4 series.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
So be prepared. I watch a lot of long movies.
That's okay.
No movie, it's not a movie, it's a series, but I never get it right. Like as long as it's on the screen, it's a movie. Like
Yeah.
let's just agree to that. Okay.
Okay, but we watch it like it's a movie, whether it's 12 seasons or 2.
Who cares?
That's what
We
matters.
watch it. That's the plan.
We watch it anyway. Okay, so coming back to your message of communicating with others, embracing your voice and your story, I know the many, many, many different ways that you have used to share your message. Can you share some of the ways that you've chosen to share your message? So I know that you're a speaker because I've seen you do it. I know you talked about event planning. Do you write as well?
Of course, I'm currently looking for a publisher. If you know a publisher, come find me. I wrote a book almost 4 years ago, and I was talking to a mentor of mine today, and I'm like, I wrote this book almost 4 years ago, but I've never had the courage to actually publish it because it's kind of like a lot of like trauma. So like you have to be very careful. I think one of the things that really stopped me from actively trying to publish it was a comment I read on Goodreads.
Oh.
It was actually a comment around, so it was an African book that I read in high school. And then I just wanted to like go back to read some of those old books because it can be really good. And then this person commented about how the book was not a representation of Africa enough because it didn't have a lot of violence and trauma and stuff. And so I kind of don't know how I felt afterwards. So I just like, oh my God, my book is a lot of trauma and violence, or there's domestic violence. Like, do I want to publish this? So that's one of the things. But I think I'm at a point where I'm just going to do it anyways. Maybe. But I'm currently working on my 6th book. So I write for fun, honestly. It's not like work. It's just therapy. But yeah.
So
you
when
have
said that
something to
about your
say.
book-
I know.
I do. So the thing is, right? So Brene Brown quotes Theodore Roosevelt in his speech that ends with "daring greatly," right? And unless somebody is in the arena, their opinion doesn't count. Right? And you are putting your work out there, yourself out there. Your story is true to you. And if they didn't live your story, nothing they say matters. I've had, because I'm on YouTube, I'm a published author as well, all these things. And there are going to be good comments and there are going to be bad comments, and that's okay. I loved Ellen DeGeneres, right? I used to watch her all the time. And what used to empower me is that I really like Ellen. And Ellen had like 23 million followers. And for every video, this is back in the day when YouTube used to make like and dislikes public. Now they only make likes public. Dislikes aren't public. But back in the day, every video I watched that I had fun, I laughed to my belly, or I enjoyed it, everyone had a dislike. It had several dislikes and it had likes. And I'm like, well, if I like Ellen, and I like this video, and there's people that don't like it, then obviously there's going to be people in the world that just don't like some stuff. And that's okay, right? Your story is true to you. If you just put a little disclaimer at the beginning, violence and trauma,
that's
just watch
what I'm
yourself.
trying to do.
Exactly. And you can
necessarily sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't think it was necessarily about disliking the story I wrote, but rather trying to avoid boxing Africa. Like boxing a whole group of people, because a lot of people think, like my TEDx talk was around my experience surviving war and trauma and everything. But even after that talk, one of the things that make kind of like, don't get me wrong, I love it, and if I were to do it again, I would do it again. But one of the things that also happened is the payday mentalities Africans get when we share our stories and our experiences. And so trying to find a way to make it very clear that this is not unique to Africa, this is unique to a specific group of people, to a specific individual. And you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That was why I had to put a stop to it. But also because I also needed to be really in a place where I'm ready to publish those
Right.
very crazy details. It's not
Yeah.
personal, but
Yeah,
so
but
basically it's a
vulnerable.
fictional book
Okay.
that is based on true life events.
Right. Based on a true story. Hashtag.
Series of true stories.
Mm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think part of the difference is that the book isn't about Africa. It's about the story.
Yeah.
And you already said right at the very beginning that Africa is a very diverse place.
Yes.
Well, then why are you saying that? That's one person in a one comment on one thing that isn't in the arena is saying.
I think that
one
happened like
story-
a couple of years back. So by that time, I don't think I was in a mental capacity to be like, oh my
Yeah.
God.
Which is
No.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've kind of like outgrown that long time ago.
Yes.
Which
Yes.
is,
Yeah.
I haven't had the time to go back to it.
Yeah.
But I'm currently in the process of like, seeking
Yes.
like a lecturer agent and trying to get it out. Oh my God.
Yes. She was doing her bamboo thing. So the speaker just before now spoke about the bamboo plant. And when you plant the bamboo, you don't see it above ground for 6 years. And in the meanwhile, the roots are growing and they're growing deep and deep and deep and deep and deep. And in year 6, it takes 6 weeks to shoot up the full length of a bamboo. So you were growing your roots, doing your thing, being ready for your tipping point. And so,
Yeah. I'm ready to get it out.
Good.
Yeah.
I also want to highlight here that Fatu just casually mentioned that she was a TEDx speaker.
Yeah.
Like it was nothing. So I want to bring it back in. Look, you're just avoiding. No, I want to celebrate that.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrate the fact.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know we only have like a few minutes, but I want to get this in. So, and you were the first person to host a TEDx in Nova Scotia for like 8 years. Other than one that was in Pugwash, but they only created it so that they could speak on the stage and the people with them. There was no public applications.
Oh.
Yeah. I was
I think there was like a TEDx Halifax, but it was like, more than 8 years ago.
That was years ago. Because
Yeah,
I've been
that was
looking ever
years ago.
since, and there hasn't been one. And then you were like, let's do it. And, and then I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. So, like, these are not small feats.
Mm-mm.
That takes a lot of energy, a lot of organization, a lot of love and passion behind it.
Mhm.
So I'm giving that energy back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to celebrate you right now.
Oh,
But
yes.
I also want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
Oh, I'm all around the place.
Well, where do we find you?
Find me on
How do
LinkedIn, find me on Instagram. Mostly LinkedIn and Instagram though.
Okay.
It's
What-
Fatukaba.
Okay.
Do I write it? Will people see if I write it?
Yeah, if you stick it in the comments, it goes Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, all of it. They'll see it. No, not in the private chat. You have to go in if you go on the tabs at the very
It's okay.
top.
I got it. I'll do it here.
Comment. Okay.
Yeah, please help.
Yeah. It's all good. So what I also like to do at the end of an interview is I like to hold space for anything that may be on your mind or in your heart that you wanted to share with people. So what would you love to leave people with?
Oh. Okay. That's one of like the $1 million questions, right?
I know.
I think I would just say, you should embrace your journey. Because like things happen for reasons. So a couple of days ago, I was saying, I don't know what I was doing, honestly, but I know it's kind of like self-bashing. Like I was kind of like being very difficult on myself. And then for a while, I thought about a moment when I was back in Africa, how I was like at a point where I wasn't even sure I was going to go to college. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to figure out my life? What's happening next? And then not only did I go to college, but I have a master's. And all the things I thought was not going to happen actually happened. Not the time I wanted them to happen, but they happened anyway. And so, but also throughout that process, I have learned, I have grown, and I realized if some of the things that I wanted to happen the time I wanted them to happen, I don't think I would have gotten the most out of them. So just maybe being thankful to my past self for the choices I've made. Not all of them were good. Some of them were like, oh my God. But all of them have taught me valuable lessons that I'm so grateful for right now. From learning boundaries to just self-awareness to being able to poke fun at myself. Yeah, so just embrace your own journey, honestly, and it's okay to be ambitious. I'm very ambitious, but also be grateful for where you came from.
Yeah.
I hope that's
No, that was lovely. That was awesome. So I do want to call this the official close to the main portion of the interview. Thank you for being here. But I do invite you to stay for the next 5 minutes because this is our play social media time. So we're going to create some teasers to help you tease people to watch the whole interview.
Okay.
And usually how we do that is we like to recap things that stood out to us in our conversation. I'm going to start with Kristina. I'm going to pick on her first. Kristina, what is one thing that stood out to you during our conversation with Fatu today?
I love how fun and quirky and authentic you are.
Isn't it great?
I really do. It's a breath of fresh air. And of course, like, because you said that you were doing something all week, you got to go back and figure out what she was doing all week. There's the teaser. So you're coming into this space now where it's not scripted, it's not planned, it's just a raw, authentic conversation. And then you're able to just share you and your experiences and your life. And I appreciate that. So that's my social media teaser. Like, go and see what she said she's been doing all week for her business, and just go and learn about her quirky, fun, authentic self.
I should add quirky to my list.
Quirky. You're like, I'm just going to add words.
Not cocky, quirky.
Yeah, quirky.
Okay.
Quirky, which is fun. It's like fun.
Okay.
With a little bit of a twist. It's like something different that makes you stand out. That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to learn
Quirky,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Not cocky.
Okay.
That's fine. We will chat about it afterwards. So Fatu, what is something that stood out to you during our conversation today?
Oh my God, you guys asked questions that I wasn't ready for, but I also really like how it was totally unplanned and I had to be like, what do I say? So yeah, thank you for asking those questions. Oftentimes, like when I talk to people, obviously they want to hear about my story and stuff, but it kind of felt different talking to you guys. And yeah, I appreciate it.
That's the whole plan. I want people, when they come on Amplify Your Message, to feel like they're not being used for their skills, that they're not being sucked for all the value that I could possibly get out of you. That's not what the point of this is. The point of this is to treat you like human beings and our audience like human beings so that we can connect as human beings first. So that's why we start with the weird questions to shake things up. Because it gets us out of the business mode, out of that trying to plan for value mode. And no, it's so much fun.
Yes.
So one of the things that stood out to me during our conversation was you said that there was a movie that inspired you to move to Canada. Not there was a policy, there were laws, there was space, it was green, the people are really, really, really super nice.
First impression counts.
But there was a movie. So go watch the interview to figure out what movie convinced Fatu to move to a whole new country.
Okay, we say it again.
We're sticking it with that because it's fun and people are like, what? Also, I think the first time I met you and I didn't know that it was you is you were modeling. So we're talking about the many different ways that we share our message. I didn't know you were one of the models. I'm too busy looking at the fashion. I was like, that's cute. I think I have a picture of you randomly on my phone somewhere.
Oh my God, send it to me.
I'll have to find it. But yeah, that's the first
Okay.
time I met you and didn't know it was you. It's all good. But thank you so much. This was so much fun. How do you feel now? Do you feel better?
Oh, I'm good.
See?
Yeah, and I knew you two would get along. I was like, oh, they're gonna have so much fun.
Funny
We
story.
should connect.
So we are connected on LinkedIn.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you're connected.
We are, because after Max did his TED Talk and he went and did all his thanks, I went and checked everybody out. I'm like, oh, this person looks interesting. And I was interested in learning her story.
For it. I can't even. Okay.
Well, you accepted my thing, so we're friends. Okay. So
Good. Nice. Nice.
so now I'll DM you and then we'll
Yes,
connect
let's do
after.
that, please.
Yeah. Again, thank you so much, Faku. We so appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Okay, so our next guest is behind the scenes. Dr. Lynn, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Thank you. You are on mute. Where's my sign? I get to use it. Oh, you're on mute. Okay. So the way that I like to start off every interview is by asking a research question that helps to shake up the conversation a little so we get to know the human being that is Dr. Lynn.
Hi, Kristina. I have to say hi because she helped me with immigration issues.
Did she?
Yes, she
Okay,
did.
we're celebrating that.
Spent a good amount of time with me, which I really appreciated.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to an update. It doesn't have to be here, but yes.
I mean, we could.
I don't have one. It's like pending, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's tricky. Yeah, but
nice.
Yes.
Okay, so Lynn, before we get too deep, I don't want to learn too much. I want to get to the words before we learn too much because the words will come in. So here's my opening question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Question.
I
know. Motivated.
Okay.
Motivated.
It's a love-hate question. I know. There's no right answer. You can't get it wrong.
Liked.
Okay.
Motivated, liked, and smart, I guess.
Sure.
No, this is so hard.
I know, but that's the whole point. It's the whole point because it just makes you think. And then the words tell us a little bit about how you see yourself, how you want to walk in the world, what values are important to you. Some, not all, just a little tiny glimpse. And they're going to change every time I ask you the question. So no worries. Mm-hmm. The follow-up to this is how do these words, motivated, liked, and smart, how do they play a key role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, that's a good question.
You're like, I like that one better.
I like that one better. I think that when people hear the words parental alienation, which is what I teach about and I want people to know about, they think that parents do something bad to have their kids reject them. Mm-hmm. And they don't. They don't do anything bad. It's that the other parent is turning the children against them. Mm-hmm. And that's so sad, and I think being motivated to talk about this, very motivated, and write about it. And I think I have to be liked because I think people can't look at me and say, oh, she must be wrong. These parents do something, because that's what I've heard a lot. Oh, I know that parent did something for that kid to reject them. No, kids can never lie, things like that. And I think the fact that people like me plays a big role in that, because, they can't hear me and hear how passionate I am about something and say, oh, she's really off. So that's why I think how those 3 words play into it.
Can you explain parental alienation for us? Yeah.
Parental alienation is when a couple separates and then one person in the couple will motivate the children, brainwash the children, whatever you want to say, against the other parent. And then that child is weaponized to reject the other parent. So where I come in is that I see the alienated parent who is one feeling crazy. I mean, how could this child whom they loved and they had the best times together and, you know, everything was great. And a few months down the road, you know, that kid is hating them and never wanting to see them again. And, you know, there's got to be something in between. As a psychologist, I know there's got to be something in between. You can't just get from here to there and not have something going on there. And so I teach people about that. This is what happens. You know, the alienated parent who's in court trying to just see their kids for like a few hours once a month. Oh, it's just atrocious. You know, and how much pain there is involved. And that's what I teach the courts. Like, look at this, you know, this is not as it seems. And I also tell them about how, you know, the alienator has really got a personality disorder. I mean, who would hurt their children that much to turn their children against the parent that they love? And this week I posted on Instagram, no, not Instagram, LinkedIn, this boy and girl, and their mother had told them that their father had died. And somehow he managed to be reunited with the children, and the children were just sobbing. So was he. You know, they kept saying, "Dad, we thought you were dead. Oh, Dad, we missed you. We missed you," you know, and they were all just sobbing the whole time. And that's what it's like. You know, the children, even though they're persuaded to be against the other parent, they love that parent. You know, they bonded to that parent. And in the family therapy I do, everybody says to me, but how can they be bonded in the first hour? You know, what are you doing? Well, I'm not doing anything. That child has been bonded to that parent. That's the truth of the matter. And they want to be rebonded to that parent. So, well, I don't know how much time I have, but I can give you one situation, which I think is a really good one.
We still have half an hour. This is a long interview, not a short one.
So there was this one dad, and he had 3 boys. He hadn't seen his children since the little one was 4, and now he was 10. So it was 6 years, and then the 12 and 14 were the other 2. And I saw them for a year in therapy, just the 3 of them. And I kept telling, you know, the judge and anyone who would listen, the lawyers, that it wasn't working because the mother would be sitting outside and the boys would get back in the car with her and she would say something that would immediately revert back to the way things were. And they would do all kinds of acting out in the office because they thought that's what they were meant to do, you know, to show how much they hated their dad. Finally, after 6 years of working with this case, I persuaded the judge to let me just give me a weekend, you know, if you can do that. And so finally she signed on for the 4-day reunification that I do, which, by the way, in the US is now against the law. And so these 3 boys were dropped off by their grandfather, who was the mother's father. And of course, you know, he had also alienated them against the father. So by the time the grandfather was gone, the 3 boys were saying to me, "Where's our dad? Where's our dad?" You know, and I said, "Well, he's in the office, but I just want to make sure you guys are okay. I do this body check with them, you know, make sure they're not going to come up with some kind of terrible ailment that I didn't know anything about." And So we walked in the office. You wouldn't believe how those boys peppered him with questions, and they all stood around him. He was sitting on the chair. And I have this wonderful photograph of like 3 hours into it, and the youngest one is cuddled up on his lap, this 10-year-old. And it turns out, which I knew, the mother was an alcoholic. So she went into rehab, and that was probably about 2 to 3 years ago, I think. And I couldn't believe that he is managing those 3 boys really well, you know, and the mothers went in and out of rehab. And he says to the boys, anytime you want to see your mom, it's fine. I'll take you over there. So the alienated parents have no interest in, you know, eliminating the other parent from the kids' lives. And they will always say that, even though there can be a lot of danger in that. You know, like I've worked with one father who went to pick his children up after he was awarded custody. And as soon as he got on the porch and rang the bell, the mother shot the children and herself. Yeah. So this happens with great frequency. And this year there was a case, it's called the John Mast case, which you can actually look up if you want to. I was in a hearing that lasted the whole entire week. And this father fought for years against these horrible allegations, which weren't true. I mean, we call it the silver bullet approach, where they are advised, the alienators are advised to accuse the other parent of sexual abuse. And that has such a taboo, you know, for the courts. So as soon as they hear it, they go, oh, you can't see the children, right? But he fought through all of that for years to see his children. Finally, you know, he had enough support with DCFS and various other agencies that had been involved, who all said he was not a sexual abuser and, you know, he deserved to have his children. So he was going to get them for 3 weeks in the summer. And the father, the woman's father, drove them to this parking lot. And as the kids got out of the car, the father shot the dad who fought for the children dead. It was awful. And so the case that just happened about 2 months ago, they found the mother guilty of conspiring with her father to murder him. And, there was a $6.5 million settlement for the dad's family, who were all in the courtroom. Oh, it was so heartbreaking, you know. And anyway, so I know that woman's never going to pay that $6.5 million, right? She's not. But I think that maybe it paves the way for the children being raised by the father's family. We haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh,
yeah. So that's really the situation.
yeah. So that's really heavy stuff that you deal with on a day-to-day basis.
You're not kidding.
We've talked a few times today and yesterday about just like looking after ourselves, avoiding that overwhelm. So for somebody who's in the heaviness of it so often, what do you do on the other side to help you recharge and refuel and not get caught in that energy?
Well, Kristina will laugh at this. I moved to Canada. I moved to Vancouver Island.
Oh, okay.
But I'll tell you the truth of the matter was that the people who are on the other side are really feminist groups. And when I first heard that, I was like, no, I'm a feminist. You know, I've always been a feminist. That couldn't be true. Oh, it is true. It's terrible. But they have so much rage, you know, and they're doing, I think, what men used to do way back, you know, where the woman felt persecuted. So become that kind of issue. But what they did was they developed this law called Cadence Law. And what they, excuse me, what they said was that this law would prevent children from being murdered. Well, this is so far off the mark, because that would not ever prevent children from being murdered. You know, you have to do risk assessments for the court. You can't just skip over all these processes and, you know, do something to give the parent who's the potential murderer or murderess, you know, to give them custody when you don't really know if the other parent is saying they're dangerous. You don't really know. So you have to do a risk assessment. So anyway, they developed this Cadence Law. And of course, the legislators hear about it and they go, oh, sign me on for that law, because they think they have a mom who's crying and saying, you know, my little kid was murdered, which I can't imagine how awful that would be, right? I have total sympathy for her, but this doesn't fix that.
Right.
And what it does is it prevents any reunification therapy. So the judges are precluded from ordering reunification therapy, which is what I do. So I started to be the subject of a witch hunt because I fought the law. And the first year I won. The second year, they did this horrible thing where it went through all the committees and it was amended. And they waited until the session closed, and then they took the original bill directly to the governor's office and got the governor to sign off on the bill. Now, I called the governor, and this is Gavin Newsom, which I know you've heard of him, right? Have you? In Canada? Oh, my gosh. Well, in the U.S., he's the one who's speaking out against Trump. He's like everybody's white hope, I guess you could say.
I'm just trying to disengage from all of it right now.
Yeah, right. So you can edit
like my own sanity.
But I talked to him and I told him this is what's going on. And I said, don't you think it's illegal or something? And he said, oh, it happens all the time. So he signed the bill. And then a week later, he got an award for protecting children. So you can see how this whole thing works, you know, very political. But anyway, I became, because of their driving force, I became the subject of so much backlash. I can't even tell you. Death threats, people like coming up to my house and taking pictures of me, you know, through the windows and awful stuff. I mean, the police were there several times and they told me to get wasp spray and just spray them. And there were demonstrations outside my house. And when I went to court, they were all demonstrating outside of court. But the funny thing was, I walked right by them and they didn't even know who I was, you know, and here they were holding up signs, you know, get rid of Lynn Steinberg, she murders children. So, anyway, it got very dangerous. And then there was a judge from Minnesota who ruled for the alienated father that the children go to him. And the alienator went to his house and waited in the driveway. And when he got out of his car, they shot her. She shot him. And so people were saying to me, you got to get out of here. You know, you get more death threats than he did. And even when I went to Africa on a vacation, I got these, you know, threats where they said, oh, you may not get shot, you know, in the US, but here in Africa, we do it differently. Christina's eyes are big like that. But that's what they said to me, you know, and I had to get a cyber guy to figure out how they knew that I was in Africa having a vacation. And so anyway, this went on. And so finally I decided I'm getting out of here, you know, just for my own sanity. And so I decided to move to Vancouver Island because everybody talks about how great Vancouver Island is, you know. So I moved here. They knew I moved here. They followed me up the coast, and because of the police in Canada, they didn't get anywhere. You know, the police were immediately like, out, you know, you may not do this, we'll come after you. And they tried to prevent me from getting a license here in Canada to practice. But my colleagues all wrote in and said, you know, our loss, your gain. Here she needs a license. So I got a license. Yeah.
Wow.
But I still work in the field. I still talk everywhere. I was just in Toronto where I talked about the reunification process and how it originated from what the FBI does when they reunite abducted children and their parents, you know, because there's a lot involved there. These kids have been brainwashed and live in a different situation. And so they kind of deprogram them, but, you know, I took from that process that the FBI did and made it more therapeutic.
Yeah.
So I presented on that. So I still talk, and that's why I signed up for this.
Yeah, which is so courageous.
Yeah.
So courageous. And as you're speaking, I'm thinking about a family, and it's so, it's when people hear only one side of the story, it's so easy to get attached to that side of the story and think that this is it. But I know of a family who has the kids have an amazing father, and the mom is trying to alienate the kids from the father because she wants to have sole custody. And whatever lie that she can make up, she will, because she wants things in her favor. And you can talk about this probably, Dr. Lynn, if you are ever able to talk to the parent who is causing the alienation. It's usually, like you said, a mentally not well person, but that person is having a trauma response, potentially making up some story in their mind about if they have access to the kids, then something else. Because I've seen that too, where they're making up some narrative, usually about a second mom or a second dad, and that being the end of their world. And we're not going to let that happen. So they are going to try to get the father. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly an alienation situation. Yeah. And I don't work with the alienators because, well, a friend of mine just did a longitudinal study where she worked with alienators. She had the judges refer her the alienators. In LA, because the judges knew me, they would put me in charge of finding a therapist for the alienator and then checking in with the therapist to see how they were doing. But this friend of mine did the therapy. And at the end, she did a test to see if they were still the alienator. And only 1 out of 365 subjects went back and said, I'm so sorry, kids, you know, I alienated you. But the rest of them, I've seen these alienators do this. They would rather sign off from their children than admit that they were alienated or they were doing anything wrong. That's how combative they are. You know, they're just pretty unbelievable. And a lot of them are really these beautiful people, you know, that the judges fall for.
Yeah.
Because they look good. You know, here's the alienated parent who's crying and angry, and, you know, that's the first thing I do with alienated parents. I try to get them to calm down and be reasonable so they go in court and they look pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I named my book, You're Not Crazy.
You're not crazy?
Yeah.
You're not crazy.
Yeah, which is such good validation.
Do you have
so
that?
validating.
Yes. Yes. And I think both for both parents and therapists, because therapists when I first started doing it, there was practically nothing out there, and I couldn't figure out what was going on in the session. You hear these kids were refusing to talk to a parent, and they themselves couldn't find anything wrong with that parent, but, they were going over to the other parent. And so I had to look it up. I remembered something I learned in the PhD program. And so I looked it up and I was like, oh, okay. So I think therapists too, they want to know what the heck's going on here. The good ones, the bad ones just think if they keep doing what they're doing, even if it's not working, they'll just keep doing it and don't try to educate themselves.
Can you give us any examples of what to do, what is healthy for people to do, so that maybe we can prevent some of these situations from happening?
Well, I don't know absolutely, because I'm more interested in getting the children back with the alienated parent, because that's a loving parent and most often the healthy parent. But I think that if people knew about it, like what Kristina was saying, she knows this family, who's going through this. If people didn't blindly support them and be able to recognize what's going on and say to them right then, there's something wrong here. You shouldn't say things like that. You're turning the children against their father. And yesterday a mom was telling me that her ex-husband would say to the kids when they were really little, oh, your mom is such a nag, and your mom is this, and your mom is that. So by the time they were like 10 and 11, they believed it. And now they're in their teens, and they won't have anything to do with her. And she was saying, I don't know what I did wrong. And I said, well, this is what they heard. The things you told me is what they heard. So, if family was willing to be involved and say, don't do that, your spouse is not a nag, you ought to be helping your spouse out a little bit, like intervene in that process. Being able to recognize it, I think, is the best thing to do.
So important. Yeah.
Yeah. And we even fight it at the United Nations level, if you can believe that, because the feminist groups went to the United Nations and said that parent alienation was pseudoscience. Well, we have a plethora of scientific articles and journals and you name it, and they have one that they rely on, which our side tried to replicate. And if you know about science, that that's what makes it reliable is if you can replicate it. And it couldn't be replicated. So even that study was, didn't go very far. But they went to the UN and said it was pseudoscience and it was men trying to get children away from the women. And in the 1700s, that's what happened, is that men would get full custody, no questions, And so when it changed, now everybody believes, I think, or from the feminist point of view, that women should get custody, which, they should share custody, which is what I say. Even though you have a personality disorder or a substance disorder, children can deal with
their
that.
parents.
They can't deal with never having that parent in their lives. Anyway, the recent one was because we find out about it and we go to the UN and we fight it, and say, here's all the research, and the stuff that they name as research. I have been involved in disputing that, finding out what the real situation is, because just to put Lithuania supports us not having men be able to share custody. It's like Lithuania what, Lithuania University with Lithuania people. They make these broad kind of statements, proclamations. But anyway, the last one we went to, the women's group said, well, that they were starting to advise women to get the kind of poison that women got in the 17th century to poison their husbands to get them out of the way. I just couldn't believe it. I thought, how do they get so bold that they can actually say something like that? I noticed the UN committee was just like writing down, they weren't even looking at her. So, I mean, it just gets ridiculous. And I know people don't like to hear that, and so whenever I write an article, they edit that part out. But I think that's really important, to know how far these groups will go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how far anybody will go. Okay, pick anybody, put them in the most desperate situation, and then ask yourself, what is this person capable of?
Yeah.
A lot.
Yes, a lot.
And so anybody who feels desperate, whether we see their situation as desperate or not, that's the mindset that they're coming from. Which means those are the equal habits that are going to be a part of that mindset.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty
and I
easy.
think if it is enough training out there, that's what my next goal is to persuade. We're going to form an international accreditation board, so that, because this, of course, is an international problem, right? It's just a Canadian or US problem. It's international. And so we want to form this international accreditation board, which would force lawyers, judges, therapists, whoever works with social workers, to take this exam, and they would have to do some training for it. And that way they would be able to work with parental alienation families. So that's what we're working on right now.
Yeah, such important work.
Yeah.
What do you hope? I was going to say expect, but no, what do you hope that this board would help change within this conversation or within the situations that are happening?
Well, it would force judges, lawyers, social workers, therapists, it would force them all to get training. And that's what's needed. Because once you have that training, you can't go back, because you know what's really going on. And even though you just want to do the therapy you've always done, you can't, and you have to do something different to really get any results. So that's the idea, is that training and fighting to have this issue acknowledged, accepted, is going to be what it takes.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. We're kind of ignoring the feminist groups and what they say, although they write books about it. Yeah.
There's a big disconnect for a lot of women who are wanting to be a feminist and support feminist ideas. But then we have the extremists that just take the name and the idea and spiral it all down into something that we don't want to be a part of anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in any area, there's those extremists, right? Fortunately, these are extremists with a lot of money, because Biden, when he was president, he was very sympathetic to domestic violence issues, which I understand, right? And he gave them $880 million a year to intervene with domestic violence. And unfortunately, that's not what's happened. So they have a lot of money, we don't. But we have all the intellectual side of the problem, to keep going.
Yeah.
So
that training won't only just help people with the awareness, but to see both sides, to have an understanding of the intricacies.
Yes.
When I was dealing with my daughter's health, it wasn't about the symptoms so much, because the symptoms are easy and so generic that when you're trying to actually understand them and diagnose properly or help assess properly, It's not about the symptoms, it's about the subtlety of the symptoms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like without the subtleties, you can't properly support.
Was your daughter alienated? Or
No. My daughter was having health issues with her breathing.
What did you say?
With her breathing, she was having issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was looking up symptoms, it was just like cough. And I'm like, there are how many different types of coughing? This is not helpful.
Yeah.
Until I got into the subtleties of, okay, what kind of cough does she have? How often? When does it start? The little details that we don't think are important sometimes really and truly are.
Yeah.
Because it'll mean, especially from your framework, this type of therapy with this type of tool and this type of focus versus, for their situation, this might actually make that worse. So we have to come over here and choose a different tool that I wouldn't normally use in a generic situation. But with theirs being personalized, this is what's going to work for them.
Yes.
And I think that, there's a lot on the internet about narcissism, right?
Yeah.
Well, most often the alienators are narcissistic. They feel like they should have the children, no questions asked. They present very well, very charming, until you stick with your guns and you don't explode. And then they start to unravel. But therapists are very fooled by them. And probably in like at least 80% of cases, maybe more, therapists will align themselves with the alienator because the alienator is busy saying, well, do you know this? And do you know that? It's like a gossip.
Definitely.
And they believe them and they stick up for them, and that gives us more work because I'm thinking of this case right now that I'm working on because years and years ago, this woman called me and she said her husband had broken her hand. And I was outraged, that had happened and, tried to help her and saw her in therapy. And then I get this court subpoena and the husband suing me. And so I had to go to court and there were mediators in the courtroom watching the process. And the judge said, well, the mediators said they can work with you two. And would you like that? And we both said yes. So it got mediated and he showed me all the medical reports. And her hand was not even hurt. The medical reports all showed that she did not get hurt at all. And that, it was some other coincidence that happened. And she said he broke her hand. And that's what she was telling the courts. And that's what everybody believed. So this is a case in Canada. And so I had to reverse my position, which was really hard to do because the social workers here also believed her. And she's continued to alienate the children. Things like they're both tiny little guys. And she, sabotages the phone calls, which are on Zoom, and, says, oh, we're busy, or she just doesn't answer the phone. She just cuts off the contact constantly with the dad.
Yeah.
So now I'm working for the dad, but I feel super bad knowing what I did, and knowing how much I knew to go along with her and her father. It just makes me sick to think that I got sucked in as much as I'm an expert in the area.
Yeah. And we all get sucked in because we all want to be supportive and loving and stand up for each other, but things happen where it doesn't always work out that way. I do want to say that we are at the time in your interview where I'm going to ask you where we find you. I know it goes by so quick. Yes. Where we find you and your favorite way to communicate, Dr. Lynn.
Well, I have a website and it's very plain, lynnsteinberg.com. And Yeah, you can find me there if you're suffering from alienation and you need an expert or you need a therapist or whatever. I'm here. I'm licensed in Canada. I'm still licensed in California. But yeah, and I, as an expert witness, I can go all over the world. I don't need a license in every state or country to be able to be an expert witness. So you can get hold of me there. I do believe it has my email address, and then we send you all the information. And, if you'd like a consultation, I do mostly consultations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We have about 30 seconds or so. I like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you want to share. So what would you like to leave people with?
Well, obviously, I can go on and on about this.
I know, that's why I'm like, we have about 30 seconds.
Well, I'd like to think that just by watching this, like with Kristina, you recognized right away, oh, this family's dealing
I know
with
somebody. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that's what I am aiming for, is that people will hear me speak and go, yes, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that makes all the change in the world, just like, for example, the gays, they had to really fight to be recognized as people. And now we all have friends who are gay and, it's completely accepted. Well, yeah, mostly. But yeah, I want to have that.
Yeah. So good.
Good. So, Dr. Lynn, I do want to call this the official close of the main part of the interview. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much for having me and for listening so nicely and attentively.
Of course. Now, we do have about 3.5 minutes left for us to play, where I like to take a few minutes at the end to create some little snippets for social media. So we're just going to discuss some things that stood out to us. And usually I use it as a teaser to make people go listen. So this time I will start with you, Dr. Lynn. What is one thing that stood out to you during our conversation today?
I thought you were both very attentive, and I could see your brain muscles working to recognize the dynamics, and that you probably did know people who were in this situation, and that maybe you could make a difference in telling people that you could see what was going on, even though you're never their friend again. It would be worth them hearing that.
Yeah.
And don't just suppose that because you hear the other person, the alienated parent, is so bad and they did all these terrible things. Don't think
believe.
you have to believe that.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
It's never the whole truth anyway. So, Dr. Kristina, what is something that stood out to you during our conversation with Dr. Lynn?
Yes.
Well, actually, it was well, definitely I had an aha moment thinking about the dad that I've spoken with, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I literally texted him. I'm like, take down this name, I'll tell you why it matters later. But also throughout the whole entire day, I think it's just empowering or interesting how Gloria at the very beginning spoke about her work in therapy with fathers and their children. And then we're ending with this parent alienation concept, trying to reconnect. It's usually the fathers that are alienated. Is that right?
No, it's almost 50-50, believe it or not. But it is still more fathers who are alienated, but it's almost 50-50.
Right. And how the theme was connection and coming together, and then identity shifts, which is what these people need in order to stop trying to be control freaks. It's just full circle this entire day, this entire conversation. And I think, like you said, the most important thing that people can do for their friends or people is just awareness, just knowing. So now I texted my friend your name, and I said she can represent you in court.
Yeah.
And it's so important. It's so validating when people know that, oh, there's such a thing. This is a thing. I'm not crazy. So powerful. But
Yes. And, I'm sorry I didn't hear her presentation. I would have liked to. The one who was on before me, I guess, right?
it was the first one, the first speaker. I don't think we got into it much, but we did speak a little bit before we started about her work connecting.
That was almost 4 hours ago, Dr. Lynn.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a place to watch it, you must be tired, right?
Yep, that's why I keep shifting in my chair. I already took pain meds.
Well, I would have been fooled that you were tired.
Ooh, okay, something that stood out to me. A few things. Okay, you mentioned that, and I was like you, Kristina. I thought for sure, stereotypically, it would be the father that would be more alienated. But when you told us that it was closer to 50-50 with a few more men than women, I was like, what? Really?
No.
It's not something that we would expect.
Yes.
Eye-opening here.
I probably have at least 50-50 in my practice, men and women. Yeah. And from what the people who gather all the statistics reinforce that, they say, it's getting to be more 50-50. So these groups, they don't talk about the women, who are also victims of this terrible scourge.
Yeah. And then the one little teaser I'm going to create here is go back through the interview, because Dr. Lynn told us how she helps maintain her wellness. This one is definitely not what you expect. And we had a few things today that we did not expect, but no.
Moving to Canada.
Oh, you're not supposed to tell them.
It's a teaser. No, you have to cut that part.
Well, seriously, it is so peaceful here. And I have so much time to think and develop things. It's really nice. And I have wonderful neighbors here. Aww. It's really lovely. Yeah.
Aww.
So I feel very peaceful when I'm here.
Thank you. Dr. Lynn, I'm going to call this the close of your part of the interview, so they will edit here in a second.
Sure.
What I would love to invite you to is, now is when Kristina and I recap the day a little, talk about some of our favorite moments, and remind people about networking and the boot camp and stuff that's coming up. If you would like to stay, you are more than welcome to stay here with us. Otherwise, it is officially the end of your interview. You can leave if you want.
Yeah, I'll stay a little while.
You're going to stay a little bit?
Yeah, I figured this went on for a while, so I'll stay for a while.
Sure. Okay. So we'll just start with you then, Dr. Lynn. We're going to talk about the whole day, and you heard some of our recaps about previous conversations. So do you have any comments or favorite moments from anything that you've heard today?
That I heard? I mean, I didn't give you guys much of a chance to.
That's okay.
I'm sorry for that.
No, you had lots of stories.
What did I hear?
Yeah. Any favorite moments?
You asked the most difficult questions. Well, I heard, I think, mostly from Kristina, who said, I know a couple. I know a family like this, so hearing her say that makes me feel that I'm getting through to people.
Yeah. Your work is very important. Very.
Yeah.
So, Kristina, do you have any favorite moments from all day today? All 4 hours of it?
I loved how I could either see myself or somebody that I know in every conversation that we had today, and every lesson that they were or their message rather that they were trying to come across, connection. I literally did a keynote on post-immigration stress disorder, and the remedy is networking, which is connecting with people, building community. And that was the very first talk that we had today. Then we moved to, I'm going to mess the order up, I'm pretty sure.
That's fine.
But then thereafter, it was about, oh my gosh.
It was
Wise
Sabine
50.
and Gumption.
Sabine,
Yeah.
becoming, and the career pivot, very different for both those people. The career pivot, which is the phase that I'm in right now. I mean, I've been in it, but still in that in between chapter. And then, was it Sabine or no? Alice, I don't want to say her name wrong.
Yeah,
She said
Allisa.
Allisa. There we go.
You got it. You did.
Allisa, spoke about that in between chapter of your rise, and then it just reminded me of the book, The Tipping Point. And people have told me that you're at your tipping point. I'm like, well, I'm ready to tip. Let's go. Yeah, but then the identity shift that needs to happen in order to get to that next chapter. And then Fatu, it's so funny that we were already connected on LinkedIn and all that stuff, and just the authenticity of her story. And throughout this, we are building connection. We're connecting. We're networking. I'm learning about other people's stories. I'm interested in how Sabine got several women into one book and how she did that logistics, because that's something I'm thinking about. So it's just amazing how things just get put in front of you just when you need it. The messaging is similar. Things you need to hear, things you need to remember, and things you need to text your friend and tell them, like, hey, I know a lady who can help you in court, right? It's just so amazing how things, and the thing is that I know Dr. Lynn, I know what you do, but I only know of his story quite recently. And so it never really came together. Right. And then here it is coming together full circle for whatever it means. We'll see however it unfolds, but I think it's just a full circle moment. Beautiful. I love networking. It's magic. One day I would like the title of Master Networker just because.
Claim it. Just claim it.
I do have a binder, a Master Networker binder of all the connections that I've made and such like that. But I love how just organic things happen when you are asked to co-host, where I'm co-hosting and I'm meeting all these people and these connections, and they matter to my network. So I just love that.
Kristina, can I tell you one thing about the networking thing? I thought of you the other day. There's a guy on Nanaimo and he makes these videos. I don't know. I think his name is Don somebody, but I'll send you the link because I saved it for you. And he talks about how to become a Canadian.
Oh, interesting.
Very arresting. And he talks about interesting things. You know, he breaks it down. So I'm going to send that to you when we get there.
Aww.
And write it down too.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to show this comment. Oh, thank you so much, George.
Yeah, thank you. George. I think George connected on LinkedIn too.
Yeah.
George.
George had another comment, but I'll have to respond to that later.
Who's George?
George is somebody who's watching the show.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll do a little gist of it since we're here and we're talking about it. So George asked if he could be on the show too. And what happens, George, is these interviews are generally paid for interviews by clients of Blue Talks. It comes as a part of a package. You can buy them one-off, that kind of thing. And yep, author, influencer, mental health. And sometimes people last minute cancel. And so then I go, who is online? Oh my God. And then I send messages. And so sometimes it's not always a Blue Talks person. Sometimes it is one of my personal connections that I feel would be a great fit with other people that are on that same day and the co-hosts that I have. So we had a couple of them this week. Usually there's not a whole lot, but something always happens. So I always keep a list.
Do you do this every day?
No. Oh my God. This is a 5-day event. 5 very long days in a row. But at the same time, it fills my soul. We do them every 2 to 3 months-ish. Mm-hmm. We are planning on 5 shows next year. So that means we'll do one more show. We've been doing 4 the last year or 2. So 5 shows, 25 interviews, 5 days in 1 week. For 4 hours live, which is about 5 hours of me behind the scenes. So,
well, I think out of hosts, I rate you guys very highly. I think you did a great job, you know, getting me talking and asking the right questions. And
yeah. But then this is a space where we get to take all of your messages, whatever they are, and we get to amplify them. That's the whole point. Amplify Your
That's what
Message.
we all need, yeah.
Yeah. So while you're talking about your message, the people watching get to think about their message, and they see how you present.
Mhm.
They see your personality, and they see how your personality aligns or doesn't align, seemingly, with the ways that you have chosen to share that message. Because
And
not
then-
all of us
and all
started out as writers.
the three words
yeah.
for you next time, Laura.
I know. I don't want to be your typical interview. I'm like, no, elevator pitches. We just put so much thought into them that I'm like, no, that's not natural anymore. It starts to feel so robotic. So I'm going to recap the day with just a couple things that connected with me, and then we'll mention a couple patterns, and then we'll end the day. The biggest things that stood out to me was, where was it? There it is. Oh, Allisa was talking about, if I just worked hard enough, people will notice. That explains most of my life. And I know why, because my mom had the same mindset. If I just work hard enough, if I just, do things better and be more perfect, then somebody will validate me. Somebody will give me the opportunity for the next thing. It's like, I don't have arms.
That's true?
Oh, I don't believe it to be true anymore, but I used to.
Yeah.
It's like I don't have any arms and I need everybody to open the doors for me. It's like, I'm not allowed to touch the door. You have to touch the door. No. So we're learning that. That was huge. I guess it was also Allisa where she was talking about the flame spiral, where she had a bunch of different levels of where people are along their journey. And I realized that I went from somewhere in the middle. There was a step of courage.
Yeah.
And I've spent so much time there that now I'm finally in the next step of transformation. And I know that because all the work that I've done like a decade ago or more, I'm starting to see the results of it without putting in the extra effort to get there. I was like, ooh, this is really cool. I'm not used to this. This feels weird. When is it all going to go away? And then I remembered, no, I've set up supports to maintain this and to be here, and that I do deserve this.
Yes.
So, oh God, it feels so good. Lots and lots of wonderful moments, but I am going to end it there. Did you notice any patterns? I noticed that you said connected, and we talked about dads a lot and families a lot. Any other patterns that you noticed, Kristina? Since you're good at it, I like this.
I think I may have said them, but each topic built on the other one. And then this last one came right back full circle to the first one.
Okay.
Becoming.
Oh, yes, becoming. I think the only thing that I'll add is today had a lot of conversation around people's dichotomy, or what we called the oxymoron version of ourselves. There's the one side that stereotypically is completely different from this side. And it feels like they're two different people, when in reality, it's this lovely intertwining of both of them together that makes us who we are. With that, I will remind people that today is networking. I will see you in half an hour, and it's free. Blue Talks Networking. Kristina was just saying the best way to get to know people and being in a new place and have that growth is to network. So I will see you at networking.
So
where can they find the link? Because George is on here and George doesn't have the link. So where could they find the link?
Yes,
I might still have the link. No, let's not put that link in there.
If he's still there. Are you still there, George?
That's fine. Everybody else can see it. I'm going to pull up my email, which I think is still open. Yes, it is. Still highlighted. So networking. Free networking today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Cool. There we go. That's the registration link. So we will get your emails. Please no spam people, because we will see you. And I won't let you in because I'm the host. Also, I know
Power there.
I have all of the power, the ultimate. This is only day 3, and we have 2 more days left. So tomorrow we will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern, right up until 2 p.m. Eastern-ish. Same bad time, same bad channel. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, online TV eventually. And I want to remind people that the Experts Boot Camp is coming up next weekend, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th. If you are somebody who wants to be a speaker or speak more, who wants to be a writer or write more, who wants to be a podcaster, who is a change maker, you have a message to share, this is the weekend for you. We dive deep into all of it.
Yes.
We talk about TEDx. We teach you how to get paid speaking gigs. I'm your MC, so it makes it extra amazing. We have celebrity speakers. Corey's going to be teaching you the speaking business. It is a blast. And you get a free 15-minute coaching session with one of our coaches.
So I've done it twice already. Is it worth doing again?
I've been to, I think, 8 or 9. I don't know. I've been to all of them, and I still keep going, not just because I'm the MC.
So you get something out of it every time.
Always. And it's never the exact same topics. So one year he'll focus on speaking and make everything speaking heavy. One time he'll focus on PR and media. And so he'll add things for that. So you have all the bases, but then the focus is going to be where the celebrities are, what kind of packages and offerings, like he's pulling from everywhere to get you the best deal for something that gives you credibility and authority when you're just starting out or growing your business.
Yeah.
It works. So I invite you to be there because it's a lot of fun and so much learning. But yes, we will see you tomorrow because I get networking and I got to go. Much love, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I'll see you in the background in a few seconds, but I'm going to end the stream and we're going to sing a dance.